490 on Starbucks, my opinion, but.
I like, again, a lot of names on that upgrades and downgrades list that are earnings day ones. Out of those, I like Sentinel One here. So Sentinel One, again, on my watch list for sure today. Bit of a gap down, strong gap down there, coming down over about 14% right off of the reaction. And we're
this is how procrastination manifests in high performing man. This is me before putting things off, waking.
Right off the reaction.
This is how procrastination manifests in high performing man. This is me before putting things off, waking. This is how procrastination manifests in high.
With that gapping down and selling off on the earnings report, let's see going into the opening session if there's going to be continuation on this one. I'll be, I'll be a little open-minded, but continuation is what I'll be looking for. But more than willing to go the other way, maybe with a little bit less as well. So Sentinel One for sure, definitely something to keep an eye out for. Surprised that it also got a downgrade.
Let's get on to everything else you need to know here at 8 o'clock.
Morning. So the markets have a pretty wide pre-market high, pre-market low range. On SPY, we're looking at 598.29 area as a high, 591.90 as a low. That's very, very big range. Now, we are holding about $4 or $5 off of yesterday's close. Keep in mind, NVIDIA has reported earnings. That's come in fairly decent for the earnings side. So I do think that there's a strong chance that we can likely push higher off of this area. And from a fundamental standpoint, NVIDIA's earnings were mixed. They reported revenue of 44.1 billion, surpassing the analyst estimates of 43.3 billion. They beat on the expectation per share. Expectations were 93 cents per share, coming in at 96 cents. NVIDIA did note an 8 billion revenue hit in the second quarter due to China export restrictions. Right now, the stock is up 5.54%. So let's just pull up the NVIDIA chart because that is obviously outpacing the overall market. If we look at the daily chart, NVIDIA has broken out of its inverse head and shoulders bull flag pattern of consolidation. So I think that there's likely going to be some profit taking, but I do think that some investors will likely chase as well. NVIDIA is holding the majority of its gains and actually building on top of them, whereas the ES or S&P 500 has actually sold off and is backtesting some key areas. So let's pull up this ES chart. Look at this ES chart. It's pretty much backtesting the inverse head and shoulders neckline. So this is where investors should step in and start to buy the stock up, right on this neckline. So I do think we're into some support for ES. It's going to be interesting. As for SPY, SPY's trading at 592.67, also backtesting that very similar area. So I'm writing some call options, 595, 594 calls on SPY, and I do think that I'm going to look to press those higher. We got time on both sets of strikes, but we'll just have to see how the market's open. Obviously, there's been a whole host of selling and profit taking already. The question is, will there be more? We really don't want to lose pre-market low. There is a chance that investors can dump it all the way back down to that gap fill from yesterday, around 587.69, but I remain a little bit skeptical of that. In other news for our trades, we are going to be looking at AI. AI, we have been very, very bullish on AI from a technical standpoint, fundamental standpoint. They have a double beat on their earnings. AI is an interesting chart because, let me just clear this up for a second. So AI is very, very interesting because it has triggered this breakout here. This inverse head and shoulders, you can see this left shoulder, head, right shoulder, clinical back test where we're buying calls. Now this thing has shot up over 16% on earnings. Our $25 June 27th calls are deep in the money. Our September 19th $25 calls are deep in the money. So I'm going to look to roll out my AI calls probably into a higher strike and a farther date. I'm looking at the mid-November $30 calls. I'm going to see if they're how much profit taking we get, but I'm probably going to close all of my June contracts since they're going to be well up over 100%, and I'll keep my September 19th contracts rolling forward because those have a lot more time. So again, 26.80, a massive gap up for AI. Congrats if you took that with us. We did call that out free in our live chat here. All right, what else did we do? Yesterday on the live stream, we traded SNPS. So we took a stab at going long SNPS, synopsis. And that proved to be a very, very good winning trade. So our average is sitting at 461. I took profits yesterday. We had a high spike on SNPS all the way up to about 485, and we actually pierced that level. We hit 486. So I sold half of my SNPS at 485 on this wick up here, netting about a a $24 gain per share. I'm still holding half. Okay, I'm still holding half. So my average is 461.01 on SNPS. Couple of things we had CRM report earnings. What's very interesting about CRM is they had this high spike. Look at this wick spike up all the way to about what is that? 294-ish. And now they've gone completely negative and putting pressure on some cloud-based stocks. So that's definitely not good for CRM. Let's see if there is a day trading level to go long this name. Not really seeing anything just yet. Volume off of this candle, maybe at this high pivot 264 aggressive trade. That's where you had this surge in volume down here. This high pivot stop point. You got this little back testing consolidation area. So potentially around 264, but not really the best trade setup. You look at Sentinel One, that one also had earnings. S. So Sentinel One dropping here pretty substantially, down over $3 on the session. Let's just see where Sentinel One has dropped in the pre-market. Wow, yeah, that just keeps bleeding lower and lower and lower. Trading at 1663. So realistically, the only place I like this Sentinel One take a long stab is a double bottom pierce. Look at Okta, because Okta was one that completely shattered yesterday. It has not filled its gap yet. So it's currently trading above its gap due to the NVDA strength. But Okta's one, keep your eye on Okta. That's definitely one that could come into play today. I do like potentially going long Okta. I do think that this one can go a little bit lower, but I'd love to see it fill its gap. And due to the fact that we do have semiconductor strength here today, I don't mind taking a stab at Okta if we pierce that 105 level again and fill that daily gap fill. Let's quickly take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's just trading in this pretty tight range at the moment. Bitcoin is putting in a negative divergence on the daily chart. I should say a bearish divergence, potentially shaping up a bear flag. I still think it gets one more little pop higher, and then I do think there's another short trade opportunity on BTC. HP is another one that reported earnings. That got absolutely smacked. It's actually rebounded here. So the NASDAQ is outperforming right now due to the fact of NVIDIA pressing higher. You do have yields soft on the session. 2-year yield is down more than the 10-year yield. Gold and silver seeing some slight gains. Natural gas slightly negative. The dollar slightly negative. Still stuck under that critical 100 level. Small caps are not performing as well today, so a lot of the money is just being sucked into mega cap tech land. Apple up 1.64, Microsoft up 0.88, NVIDIA up 5.89, Tesla up 2.47, Amazon up 1.72, Meta up 1.22. Google up 1.11. So Google's underperforming in mega cap tech land. So if you're inclined to short a mega cap, that likely will be the name today. Obviously, NVIDIA is the strongest. Tesla is the second strongest. Actually, I scratched that. Microsoft is underperforming in megacap tech land. Yeah, that's why I like doing Telegram, because the YouTube live streams are delayed by like 10 seconds. Again, there's this tug of war between tariff news and the courts and Trump. The markets ripped higher yesterday on the back of NVIDIA earnings, but also on the back of the courts, the U.S. Trade Court blocking Trump's tariff deals and dealing it illegal. All in all, he can just come and probably sign an executive order. So there's this level of uncertainty where judicial forces are opposing the federal forces there. Markets don't like that, but I still think we have the backdrop to trend higher here. We've seen a lot of profit taking. I think markets probably have a good shot of retesting the highs. So I'm still remaining long. Obviously, today we're taking profits on AI June 27th calls. I'll be locking in those gains. At some point, I'll be looking to roll them in. I'm looking at a long on Okta. So AI just got some more news that just rolled through my news wire 1 minute ago from Reuters. Let's see if that's pushing it up even more now. Yeah, AI is pushing up even more now, up 17. So the news is a U.S. Air Force Rapid Sustainment Office contract award increased to 450 million. So there's a contract there between the Air Force, and they just increased it to 450 million. So I think AI is going to be a top ticker for people. There might be some profit taking off of the open today, but I expect that to probably trend higher. And again, the S&P 500 has triggered a bullish inverse head and shoulders. Can we see SPY 600 today? Yeah, yeah, we could. We absolutely could. That's a long shot, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities. That's for sure. So again, I'm already long some call options on SPY. Those may be pretty volatile off of the open, but we'll just have to see how things shape up. Yep, SPY was at 598 pre-market. Absolutely. Again, gold's jumping because of the uncertainty, right? Around tariffs again. Whenever that uncertainty creeps back into the market, gold tends to jump. They're set to open in 10 minutes. The best game plan today is to not really rush into anything. See how the markets settle out in the first 15 minutes or so. Obviously, we are swinging some things. There's going to be a lot of FOMO and greed because NVIDIA is up over 5%. People want to chase semis higher. There's a chance we can just start to blast off, but it's tough tracing these gap up earnings on these large names. Very tough. Can't wait to see what these options are worth for AI. We got NVIDIA's holding that. So the SPX, this inverse head and shoulders or SPY that's triggered, SPX it should take us to about 6108. On SPY it should take us to about 610. Now, am I expecting that to happen today? No. Maybe by the end of the week, sure. You know, tomorrow, certainly that could happen over 2 days. It would be a very sharp and aggressive move, but the way our markets have been moving lately, sharp and aggressive certainly shouldn't surprise us. Still seeing some strength in block XYZ, that's up 1.36%. Apple's still pushing higher, Nvidia's still holding majority of its gains. Netflix under pressure today, that's actually negative. So Netflix is showing a little bit of distribution and weakness despite the cues. That could be an early warning sign that it's starting to get a little toppy. Don't want it to push higher to add to my short, but it might be getting ready for that. 4 minutes left here till the open, and we'll see how things shape up. Again, notice this amount of selling, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive hours right into this key area. If we go back to our regular trading session on the S&P, SPY has a gap fill around 590, 496. So I think that's going to be the minimum target intraday that bulls press for. But I think that we have a strong chance of retesting that 598.29. Obviously, all eyes have to keep on NVDA, but there is a strong chance that we keep that. If we open here, SPY trading at 593.21, I suggest marking that pre-market low, pre-market high. That's going to be likely the tradable range. First resistance on SPY, I have around 595, 595. First support, obviously that pre-market level, 591.70-ish, 591.66. There we go. He's right. The SPY is coming in a touch here. Look at AI. AI is starting to see a bit of selling. Still up over 14.29. NVIDIA is still holding strength here. SPY starting to back test. It is hitting its first level of support here, SPY. Aggressive traders can buy this level. Again, I'm long 594s. Couple different strikes and expirations. NVIDIA still holding steady. Things are still looking pretty good at the moment. SPY is still seeing a bit of distribution. That's okay though. NVIDIA pushing back up. Look at this AI. AI is going for 27 bucks, guys. AI is going for $27. 27.33. It's attacking pre-market high. What a move in AI. Holy monster. Monster, monster. 27.77. AI's up over 20%, 20.5%. 21.5%. It's going for 28 bucks here. Oh, man, $28 club. AI just hit. What a monster. Wow. That is incredible. Up on the session, all while the markets are selling off here. That is astonishing. That is incredible. All right, I trimmed at that $28 level, sold my June 27th calls. What a move. All right, SPY is breaching pre-market low here. SPY is breaching pre-market low here. S&P testing that pre-market low. 591.66, a big area here. I'll look to buy the S&P here, SPY, just common shares at 5, appears to 591. Appears to 591, I'm going to buy and go long SPY with just some common shares. AI's at 28.69, up over 24%. This thing is a beast. Whoa, that is crazy. What a monster move. Alright, so SPY right now is still technically holding. You have some strength coming in. A little bit of a buy the dip bounce. Let's look at Okta again, see if that one's back into a level. Yeah, Okta filled that gap, guys. All right, Okta's at an interesting long level here, guys. It's aggressive. It is aggressive, but Okta's into a long level. IWM getting faded. Got this SNPS. Yeah, that's still holding steady. NVIDIA's up over 6.4%. What a move. Look back at the QQQ. Qs are still into its inverse head and shoulders neckline, still holding support. SPY right now, defending pre-market low. I closed out my AI June 27th calls for a total of 133.94%. I'm still writing September 19th calls, which are deep in the money as well. And at some point, if we get a pullback, I will look to roll into a higher strike. But what a move in AI. I mean, my oh my. And I got nothing but time on the September contracts, and they're deep in the money already. What a trade, man. What a trade. Look at this name. This AI is just an absolute powerhouse beast. We're pushing 29.25. AI's up 27%. Oof. And these contracts are just absolutely printing. SPY is still technically holding. NVIDIA is still up 6.25%. Actually going to exit my AI September contracts as well because those things have just gone absolutely parabolic, and perhaps there might be a little bit of profit taking and consolidation here. SPY is testing that pre-market low again. Again, I still like a Pierce of 591, and I'm interested in going long. What else we got? CoreWeave again pushing higher. Apple's still strong today. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's still holding steady but pulling off of the highs. You are seeing a bit of weakness creep into NVIDIA. I only managed some few positions here, waiting to see what these markets give us. Check the ZO, it's up 90. ALZN, that's up 112%. What is this WETO? Weebus. Palantir under pressure today. Wow, Palantir's really taking it on the chin today. That could be an interesting short. Yeah, Palantir, if this loses these key levels here, this 120 area, it's got a pretty sharp knife down. Still holding that pre-market low on SPY. I still think we're technically okay. We are trying to break it now, a little bit of a bear flag on that level. CL is getting smoked. Let's look at CL. So we are seeing the markets come under pressure here. I'm still interested in buying, but I'm just holding steady here, waiting to see what transpires. We've taken a massive amount of profits off of AI today. That was one of the best trades so far on daily session. IWM still slightly weaker than all the other indices. Nice little buy the dip coming into SPY here. Again, guys, I still remain bullish. I mean, there's a lot of people getting nervous of this, but NVIDIA reaction is positive right now. Typically, when NVIDIA's shown strength and resilience, it pushes the market higher. Maybe we're just seeing some money shuffling in and out of some small caps and trying to chase this name higher. But we have to respect that NVIDIA is the largest company in the world right now. And it's almost sucking money from a lot of other smaller companies, mega cap companies. SPX is right on this inverse head and shoulders trend line. It appears like it's trying to lose it, but we could just be doing a little bit of a liquidity sweep below the neckline before we push higher. We'll see. So news is hitting the wire. Jensen Huang is developing a trade plan to sell 6 million shares of NVIDIA. Watch NVIDIA here. That could put the markets under pressure. SPY's dipping. Interesting to see in the semiconductor land, Intel still negative, AVGO, Broadcom negative, Okta negative, Ambarella, Skyworks, they're seeing some weakness. ARM is negative. All right, aggressive traders, we're piercing that 591 level. I do potentially like a long setup. Crude oil thing, yeah, I thought so. Thank you. Yeah, crude oil is under pressure today for sure. It had that reversal from 62 high, 62.7, now trading down to the 60 club again. That is under pressure for sure. Interesting to see XOM still holding up though. Just realistically slightly positive on the session. First little level of support on SPY is coming in here. 590.60, I have a level here that buyers could step in. So despite the news circulating on X around Jensen Huang selling, potentially executing or wanting to execute a plan to sell some shares, it's still holding up okay. Qs are still up. Russell's only up 0.2% now. Little mixed bag of tricks here in the tape. Alright guys, I just got filled on a long here. I got filled on a small SPY long, 590.63, 590.63. We hit those little 2 pivot highs. I'm just long common shares, expecting a small bounce. So next ad level for me is around 590, if needed. This is a 1/3 position. NVDA is seeing a little bit of selling. Still holding some longs from yesterday on SNPS. My average is 461. I sold half already yesterday. And I'm just going to maintain a break-even stop loss on at 461.01. So that trade is risk-free from yesterday. SPY, we're long right now, 590.63, 1/3 position, just common shares. And this inverse head and shoulders, I think, is more of an hourly chart pattern. So we'll see how this hourly candle wants to close. Still got 40 minutes. I'm interested in Octa as well. Octa's intriguing me here. I think Octa we can take a long here off of the lows and using a tight stop loss. So I'm going to take a long on Octa here, 105.17. I got filled. Stop loss on Octa is going to be, we'll give it some room to run. I'll add to the position on Octa around 104.24, and my stop loss will be 103.70. SPY's still looking a little bit vulnerable here. SPY did dip through my initial buy level, but we are seeing it trying to bounce back here. NVIDIA still at 4.78. It has pulled away from the highs here just a touch. We are green on our SPY trade. We do have some data coming out at 10 a.m. Some housing data. Big bounce on SPY here. Nicely green on the trade. Really big bounce here. Still waiting for Octa to perk up. Big bounce on SPY. Nicely done there. Really solid bounce on SPY. That's what we like to see. And I still think there's more. First test will be reclaiming that 591.66 level, which is your pre-market low. NVIDIA pushing back up here, up 5.42%. I do think NVIDIA's upside target today, I have 144.61. I think that's where NVIDIA may stall out today. Wonderful bounce on SPY. If you're wanting to trim and take profits, I'm going to ride this. I am going to ride this. Remember, this inverse head and shoulders is more of an hourly chart pattern. That's realistically what we're shaping up here for. It's not a 1 minute or 5 minute, it's an hourly chart pattern in my opinion. Which means that this hourly chart candle that's forming is probably going to dictate whether we get a potential breakout candle that we have to watch for confirmation. Stunning bounce that we caught. Testing that pre-market low on SPY. Let's see if we push even higher here. Remember, we're long Octa, we're long SPY. Come on. I think this could be the nice little dip and rip. Wow, AI is testing $30. It's at $29.35. What a monster, guys. What a monster. SNPS, we're still long and strong. Still holding some XOM from yesterday. My average on XOM is 102.34. We're green on pretty much all of our trades. We just need SPY to continue flying to the high side. Come on, SPY. Give me 592. Give me 592. A little bit of selling coming in. That's okay by me. All right, I'm going to head to Octa around 104.24. 104.24 is my next ad on Octa. S&P going for 592. Let's go. Hopefully you all took that trade with us. We are banking today. Easy peasy technical read. We were patient off of the open, which is what I warned you all of. I said, let's let the first 15 minutes settle out. Well, here we are. We let 21 minutes pass before we took a long on SPY, and that patience has rewarded us. I would advise to protect your little SPY trade if you're green on it. I still think that we head higher, but that is a lovely little day trade scalp bounce. The sellers are rejecting us off of that pre-market low level. Nice little rejection coming in on SPY. This is why you protect your trades in this market. If we make a new low here, guys, if we take out that low pivot that we just bought and traded, around, we're probably going to go negative on SPY and fill that gap. So we have a really, really interesting setup here. If you break that low pivot on SPY around 590.27, we're going to go fill that gap around 587.68. If we hold, I think we're going to press to that gap fill. Let me just take a look at where that gap fill is sitting, around that 594.70 area. So our gap fill sits right up here, 594.90. So we're kind of at a 50-50 right now. We do not want to break that low pivot. And we could also be setting up a micro inverse head and shoulders on the 1-minute chart of SPY. Right now we're formulating the right shoulder. We do need it to start to turn up here. If SPY can break this little, if it can start to curl up and form a right shoulder, that would be very bullish. But if we break this low pivot here at 590.31, that's very bearish. So we'll know our fate probably within a couple minutes here. NVDA is still 5.12%. I still lean more bullish. The fact that NVIDIA is still holding the majority of its gains right now, I lean more bullish, that's for sure. Almost got a fill on Okta again. Let's look at Tesla quickly. Yeah, Tesla's still holding steady. Very tight range. That's still bullish setup as well. Apple. Apple not so much. That one's back testing some key support levels though. Microsoft, Mr. Softy, that's coming down. Google. Palantir having a nice V-shaped bounce. Come on, SPY. SPY's trying to curl up and create that right inverse head and shoulders on the 1-minute chart. Third eye. Pending home sales numbers are coming out here. Pending home sales numbers. Negative 1% month over month. Lower than expected pending home sales, which should drop interest rates, which should give us a small liquidity spike. Let's see. 2-year yields now trading under 4% at 3.95. 10-year yield trading at 4.44. SPY coming down. Bitcoin's gone negative again. It's still trying to push higher here. It's still creating that right shoulder. It's a really, really nice right shoulder, might I add. Small dip on yields after that pending home sales data. Let's see if the markets can rejoice. and eat up some of these shares. Palantir's turning green. Come on, here we go. This could be a big breakout. This 1 minute inverse head and shoulders takes us to about 593.80 on SPY. So we're still just stuck in this range. Market makers are trying to rope in liquidity. We have a potential inverse head and shoulders in the 1 minute. We have a potential inside bar bear flag that could break down. A lot of different conflicting patterns here. NVIDIA is seeing a bit of selling. We remain long and bullish. We're giving the NVIDIA double beat earnings reaction the benefit of the doubt. We're giving the bullish market patterns of inverse head and shoulders breakouts the benefit of the doubt, but doesn't mean we can't head a little bit lower in the short term. On this hourly candle, we still have 25 minutes. I'm probably going to step away at 10:30 from the live stream. I'll keep the stream going on YouTube for some noise, background noise, but I'll step away from the audio commentary. We've closed out AI calls for a nice win. We traded that beautiful S&P 500 bounce from 590 to about 592. Here we are testing those lows, that low pivot, guys, on the S&P 500. SPY's looking vulnerable here. Thanks, JP. Yeah, AI was marvelous. Made a few thousand on those. It's always nice. All right, SPY's breaking down here. So remember what I said, we break this low pivot, which we just pierced it right now, and we could head to this gap fill around 587.82, guys. 587.82 is now in the cards. Interesting. So the bulls are letting this slip. The bulls are letting this slip, and we could run into a scenario where they take this market all the way back down to the break-even gap fill and then push it higher. Maybe the inverse head and shoulders just needs a little bit more consolidation. Yeah, that's a nice view up there. Nice little chart there, Paul. We'll see if it respects it. So that level sitting at roughly 522 appears to. What chart are you looking at? You on the Qs? Oh, you're on the Qs. What a dump on the S&P and the Qs here. NVIDIA is now only up 3.5%. Even breaching these key levels here. I'm about to get stopped out of Okta for a small loss at 103.73 is my stop loss. 103.73 is my stop loss on OKTA. See if they want to defend it. Buy's still struggling here. Hitting some minor support off of this 589 zone. It's still up 28%. That thing's a monster. Intel struggling, Broadcom struggling. The Russell's gone negative. SPY and Qs are now equal. There was a big divergence between the QQQs and SPY earlier this morning due to the fact that NVIDIA is outperforming everything, but huge divergence has narrowed now. What's interesting is Apple's actually outperforming the SPY and the Qs. Microsoft's negative. Tesla, Amazon, Meta's still outperforming. Google's gone negative. SMCI's gone negative. SOX is barely positive. Look at these semiconductors on my screen. I've got a list of semis here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 names are negative. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 names positive. Wow. SPY is getting a little bit of a buy the dip here. Yeah, AI is a rocket. AI just keeps printing. We're into the 30 club. Again, I'm not chasing AI. I made my money on it today. I'm gonna wait for a pullback and then likely enter some more calls. But if we get a pullback on AI, call it into the 2730-ish, 2750-ish. That's where I'd enter again, because I think this stock is probably going with this type of a breakout. It needs to digest this breakout. You're still in, JP? Wonderful. That's amazing. Amazing. Yeah, it's a monster. I think that AI is a little extended here, but I do think that 31 is easily in play. And then I do think that we're going to head to about 34.50-ish. So, but it needs to now form a bit of a bull flag, in my opinion, off of this area. It's the inverse head and shoulders on the daily chart has surpassed its target. I had an upside target of about 28.90, and it has surpassed that by a long shot. So we just need to give it some time now to breathe and create the next leg of a pattern. But we traded that one spectacularly. All right, so SPY is still just creating a potential another bear flag to go lower. Let's open up our longer time frame here on SPY just to see what's transpiring. So again, just because we had a bit of a failed attempt at breaking out off of this move doesn't mean the S&P 500 can't trend higher. So the IWM typically likes to lead indices, especially when it's to the downside, and it is negative. So just be mindful of that. Video still 3.68. Nice move on Hershey today. Sweet move on Hershey today. Wow. Look at those 5-minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-minute consecutive green candles. Hershey's up 3.62%. Nice move on Hershey. We're obviously bullish on Hershey. Good to see. Netflix, we talked about that in the pre-market, how it was struggling. It was slightly red when the markets were ripping. That's now down 1.85%. Wow. Interesting. ICLR slightly green. XYZ, so block is still holding steady. I still like that ticker. Apple looks interesting here. It's backtesting a key support level. I think we could go long Apple off of this level. I remain bullish on Apple. Buy's getting a nice buy program here. GME is forming a bit of an hourly bottoming tail. All right, guys, high risk trade here. High risk trade. I'm long GME. 31.24, 31.24. I'm long GME. This is just going to be a one entry position. I will not add to it. My risk is defined. My risk on the position is going to be a stop loss around 30.82. Close below 30.82. So long GME. I'm looking for a move on GME back up to 32.39. It's a high risk trade. We're going to go for it. Let's look to see what the Qs and SPY are doing. So Qs are holding the 520.50 level. SPY right now is actually outperforming the Qs. And very interesting to see that. It's a very interesting observation. Fuse and SPY are coming back down, more selling. Okta is getting a nice bounce off the lows. Boeing is ripping here. Some news on Boeing. Boeing's trying to break out of a friggin' very strong bull flag pattern. 215 is the next target on Boeing. This thing is absolutely flying to the high side right now. BA, ticker BA is flying. Some news on BA. High volume. I won't chase it, but this could be bought on a little bit of a dip. Buy going even lower. It's now approaching that gap fill, guys. Wow. Markets are giving up and shedding all of these gains. Google's now down 0.32%. The next mega cap in line to go negative is Meta. Pete, I'm long GME 31.21, 31.21, stop loss 30.82. Look at Qualcomm, UCOM, under a little bit of pressure itself. SPY is still heading lower. Stocks is about to go negative. The VIX is green now, up 1.92%. Very interesting. IWM down 0.21. Nat gas slightly green. Look at some of these mega caps. You have in right now Apple still green up 0.35. Microsoft up 0.11. NVDA still up 3.72. Tesla still up 1.29. Amazon's up 0.69. Meta's now negative, down by 0.1. Google's negative, down by 0.22. You have AMD holding on to some gains, up 0.63. SMCI is down by about 0.83%. Semiconductors, SOXX is flat, about to go negative. Bitcoin down by 0.6. Coinbase down by 1.17. MSTR slightly red. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen. WTI crude down by 1.73%. Boeing still flying, that's green. Carvana down 1%. A lot of weakness creeping into the tape here. So the semiconductors filled their gap. The SOXX has gone from up all the way to 213 to now down. So this is the old rope and dope. Maybe the market makers, I would not be shocked if SPY filled its gap and then they tried trending this market higher for the rest of the day. That would scare a lot of liquidity out of this market. They love to do these big intraday reversals from high to low and then push it back up. But today's one of those days where a small 0 DTE play on SPY could work out. You know, 593 0DT call, just size it for loss. Don't go anything crazy. That'll blow your portfolio out, but it's one of those days where they could take this market easily back to the highs. I want to see them fill this gap though in SPY, but they may not. You know, the SOXX filled its lower boundary gap pretty much to the penny. So we'll see if they want to rip this market back higher. QQQ never filled its gap completely. Just teasing us a bit. GME still just consolidating in a range. Again, I'm long. GME, tight stop loss defined. NVDA testing 139. Look at HPQ from 2360 area, couple dollar bounce, quite impressive. Boeing still shaking and moving. Wow. Boeing's breaking out of its bull flag pattern. There is a short level on Boeing. Around 215, a pierce of 215. Scalp short. But don't stay in that trade for very long. Smoke to the downside there. Smoke down the robo-taxi videos. Rolling around. Nice SPY bounce continuation occurring. So that could be the distinguished low of day as the semiconductor ETF did fill its downside gap. So we could be off to the races for the rest of the day. This chart still looks very, very strong. So trying to push higher here. The Russell's still negative, but trying to push higher. Big bounce in SPY, recapturing 590 for the time being. The bulls want to get above that 591.66. You get above that, and this market's probably going to test the highs again and likely push even higher. A little bit of a larger time frame view of SPY. You clearly see we're just trading inside. Let me erase some of these key trend lines. Clearly see we're trading in this upsloping wedge pattern from this pivot to this pivot. That's what's kept us in check. Video is trying to perk back up. Does look like it's going to do another high of day retest. So this market's looking much more bullish now with the semiconductors filling that lower boundary gap. It does look like things are going to push higher back to the highs of day. So tough market to short for the rest of the day in my opinion. Semis did fill their downside gap. I think NVDA is going to be another key thing to watch. If NVIDIA breaks its low pivot around 139.30, then the market could be in trouble, but it does look like it's going to press back to the highs of day around 143 and change. So SPY next major resistance. You have some minimal resistance here at this 590 pivot zone, 590.68. But the bigger level is going to be your pre-market low around 591.66. If you can get above that, trade, backtest it, consolidate, you should push higher. Remember, our pre-market high is all the way at 598.29. Don't be shocked if the indices want to push and trend and break the highs. We've triggered bullish patterns on daily chart patterns. We've broken out of this lower boundary inverse head and shoulders. Let's go to the SPX chart for you. We've broken out of this much larger inverse head and shoulders pattern. We're above the daily 200 moving average. We're consolidating in a tight bull flag range. You got this hourly inverse head and shoulders pattern trying to break out here. So give the markets the benefit of the doubt to push higher unless key short-term levels are violated. But semiconductors did that full round trip from breaking out to the high, fake breakout, filling its lower boundary gap. And now the bulls are trying to defend this off of a higher low. So here's your low, here's a higher low. So if you break this low pivot here, you're definitely going to take out this low, and you could try to challenge this low pivot back at 205.24 on SOXX. So the bulls right now, give them the benefit of the doubt because they are defending a higher low pattern for the time being. All right, guys, I'm going to step away from the audio commentary. Again, I'm going to let that GME trade run. I'm not going to add to it. I have a stop loss in place. Hopefully, I'll be back for the afternoon power hour session. Thank you all for tuning in. Great job on AI today. I hope you all banked on that with me. We still have a lot of other long trades out on the table that we're looking to press. Names like Block, Apple, Hershey. I'm going to look to re-enter AI with the profits that we made today, but I want to let this chart digest some of these gains because it has fulfilled my upside target in the interim. And in terms of AI, if we just simply look at that daily chart, it's gone absolutely parabolic. But my upside target was that 2880 level on the inverse head and shoulders. We've surpassed that. So now I want to see a nice little bull flag pattern, maybe retesting into the 27 handle zone. And I'd look for maybe some $30 calls going out into September, November again. Nice job on that initial SPY trade that we traded. We got a nice couple dollar bounce. Called that out. And again, I remain bullish on SPY as long as we don't violate 588.52 pivot. If we violate that 588.52 pivot, SPY is probably going to try to sell off down to about, call it 585, or close to 585. But for the time being, I think that we're going to push and trend a little bit higher.
right? I mean, we had written down here, and I'll just, in case you guys are wondering what is this sticky note, we had written down here, and I'll just, maybe not wondering, guys are wondering what is this sticky note, we had written down here, and I'll
start making a different decision. Right now is immediate decision. Start making a different decision. Right now is immediate decision. Start making a different decision. Right now is immediate decision. Start making a
Is there anything data-wise that, what time? It's at 10.
Europe closes in 40 minutes.
I got Fed Goolsby speaks at 10:40, but I don't think they'll do much.
Oh, he's speaking right now.
But I mean, he's speaking
on
now,
live.
right? Yeah.
It's on live right now on YouTube. Mackinac Policy Conference. Can you hear that?
Barely.
I hear nothing.
4-week bill at 11:30, 8-week bill at
All right, whatever.
11:30. Some commodities. 7-year note at 1 o'clock.
Also, the 7-year is today.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Oh,
That's not insignificant.
there's no reaction.
That might matter. I'm sorry, BB. What were you saying?
I said seems like there's been no tweeting reaction from Trump yet, but they must have known this like a week or two ahead of time, or even more.
Well, he's gonna have to put his dick on the table after that court ruling at some point.
Yeah. Well, that's why I think that's why we have the market we have right now. Everybody kind of realized that we're going to see what's going to happen.
I mean, I put my dick on the table every day. Just slap it out there.
VIX down to 1909 here. That's obviously seeing this push. 1898 next target.
Yeah, we're pushing here a little bit.
Yep.
I got my R1 levels 522.26 on Q.
Closing my puts and sitting flat until we can get the idea of what we want to do. This looks like it could possibly bounce and push higher.
So there's a press briefing today at 1 p.m. with Carolyn Levitt. I assume that's when they'll make some comments, but I don't see Trump speaking himself, at least scheduled today.
I feel like that's probably why he was so pissy the last couple weeks. Kind of knew what was going to happen. This is just pure conjecture.
I feel like he's being quiet because this potentially has a much bigger effect on the big, beautiful bill and getting that passed. And they're probably, doing a lot of speaking behind closed doors right now.
Yeah, 100%.
In terms of strategy. Because they have multiple ways to put these tariffs
CCJ
back
is
on.
selling off real nice.
CCJ?
Yeah, I closed out still think it goes down, but I don't want to wait.
Damn, Boeing ripped this morning.
Yeah, I got in on read back my common position this morning.
Nice.
But that was on their announcement that they're going to be picking up orders with China again.
Gotcha.
So I'm looking across that whole uranium board. All the uranium is selling off. Anything kind of resembling uranium.
Yeah, that was weak yesterday. I think they had their pump earlier at the beginning of the week, and they're going to sell off a bit till they go pump again.
Somebody brought Campbell up to me not that long ago for a potential short. Was that you, Izzy? Campbell and Kraft Heinz. I don't know, somebody brought both of those up.
Oh, this is
But Campbell looks like a really good short. CPB.
So this is a headline from the Fed Goolsbee. If tariffs are avoided by a deal or otherwise, we could return to a situation where rates can come down. So yeah, that's what some people are saying, that if this court ruling holds, most likely we'll get a rate cut.
I don't think the court ruling is going to change their strategic plan to rebalance trade with China. Just saying. I mean, I know what you're saying, but they're going to come up with something else. Maybe it's not tariffs. I have no idea.
Yeah, some other loophole, or they're kind of already seems to like they've been looking at that in terms of like banning chip sales again and banning different products.
Well, there's other laws they can use to put the tariffs back on, but they're a lot more blunt and they don't have the flexibility. So there's one that has like 150 days, but it's a 15% tariff that goes on everything. And there's no flexibility with that. So I don't think they want to use that because I think that would be pretty negative for the entire economy. So they're probably trying to figure out how to get around this, or if they want to even push this to the Supreme Court to see if they'll hear it.
Well, and that's like the uncertainty right now, for the markets. Like if you're a business trying to figure out what you're going to do in the next 2-3 years, you're kind of fucked right now. There's nothing you can do. You just wait. So good because the system's working as intended, but until they have clarity on what's going to happen, like this infighting is going to be a big issue for corporate forecasting.
Well, in the last 2 months, what I've learned is most of these big companies, like the best companies in the S&P 500, seem to have the best and brightest people working for them and figuring out like how to adjust and not really affect their business if they have a good business. That's what it seems like.
Well, it's like, yeah, I guess it depends on what your sector is, but because it's so reactionary, it just takes time. Like you just need to figure, like for the tariffs, like with the company I work, we're publicly traded, and now we have a whole team dedicated just to figure out the tariffs, and they've been working on it for like 3-4 months. So it's just the confusion. You have to do back and forth. You have to work with the brokerage firms. You have to figure out what the duties will be. You have to plan like your shipments. It's like the slow moving nature of corporations doesn't lend well to rapid changes in policy. since you have to plan like 6 months out for what you're going to be doing.
VIX still pulling back. Looks like the VIX is about to get up under 19, so the market is kind of pushing higher in response. NVDA still looking bullish, approaching 142. Apple still uncertain. Meta still looks bullish. Microsoft looks bullish. Tesla's starting to look a little bearish. Google still looks productive. IWM starting to look productive. Amazon kind of looks bullish. And the Dow is just, flat, essentially. This looks like a test of the session VWAP. See if it's going to be resistance here, or can it clear and hold?
Let's go, baby. We just make this a bear flag here. Let's go. VIX back to 1912. We had a nice pullback. We had a nice pullback here on the 15, back down 1897. Let's go. Push this. Push this.
I mean, it looks like it wants to form an H, so it might take a little time, but let's see.
Yeah, no, like I said, this is a critical point for short-term price action here. Let's go.
So on SPYs and the Qs, this is the level that I want to see it reject. If it was able to clear and hold this level, I would have been looking for calls, but I want to see this level reject for continuation to the downside.
Marvell's looking pretty
That hourly currently fucking pulling my 5 through my 20 to the, but we got to get back below 521.51. So
Marvell and super microcomputers charts look pretty much the same for today.
Sensei!
4% How's that grabbing you? That's a nice pull.
Congratulations.
Hey, thanks, man. I didn't sell it yet, but I'm thinking about it. The chart says it can go higher. I don't want to sell too early,
Leave some runners.
Yeah, let your runners run, they say, right?
Yeah, take some profit, leave some runners if you're feeling a little uncertainty. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Or take what your initial investment is and leave your profit there to make more money for you.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave the whole thing there and let it
There
ride.
you answered the question.
I mean, it's only a couple grand. It's not, it's not life-changing money, but it's still a couple grand.
Copy that.
Yeah. Working from home today. What do you got, 152 people on here? That's impressive.
Shaw's here. What's up, bro?
What's up, Big Co?
Shit, chilling. Trying to handle some
OG.
business and trade at the same time.
What are you trying to do at the same time? Trade and do what?
Trade and handle some business.
Yeah, I'm doing the same. I'm working from home while I'm doing spaces, so I might have to cut out. I got a meeting. I got a meeting in 20 minutes. Design work
you're
for. Yeah, we're designing a data backup for a mobile health providers, mobile or RVs. So we're going to put some Starlinks on the roof. Going to put some 5G domes up there and create a redundant, fault-tolerant network so they can pass MRI files and mammography files up to their head end. So that's what I'm working on. Fun stuff. Peplink.
Yeah, that shit sounds very exciting.
It's interesting. Keeps me on my toes. It's always new shit.
It's fucking. I don't want to see this. I want to see this break below this 521.50. If not, this could be a fuck. Don't do this to me. I may have to go 525s. I know it sounds crazy, right? And that may be a zero DTE. Not yet, but not yet. Lower time frames telling me that. If we don't break
Yeah,
this.
it's starting to set up a little bullish, but I need to see it clear the session VWAP.
And what's your session VWAP? I got 523.05. If it clears that, it's going up. What's your number, Kev?
522.56. 522.56.
Okay. 522.
Yeah, to me it's close enough and it's under both of them. So yeah, let's see if it just dump.
Yeah.
Fill out this H and take that low out.
That's what I'd like to see. Short term, obviously. Just can't get back below this fucking VWAP now since we got above it on the hourly. 520. And there goes the VIX again. Heading back to 19. Yeah. You see this thing coming back to 1894 at minimum. It's got to get back above this 1914. 1882. Get back above this 1914 and push back up. You got two gaps here. One at 1921 and one at 1954. Come on, you biatch. Trixie, get on your horse and get below this fucking 521.51 and 50 and go. There goes Trixie, 1915. Come on, push up. Is this? Hold on a second. Could be. Go back to fucking 1958.
I'm back in the QQQ.
Come on, let's go. There we go. We're underneath that 50. Let's go.
Say what's that, Kev?
Nice pullback. Keep it going. Let's go. There you go, Trixie. 1923. Close the first gap here on the 15. Come on, let's go. Go up there to the 1958 and close that other gap.
What I said was I got back in the QQQ 520 put 0 DTEs.
Next target to the downside, fucking 519.09. Let's break it. Go. Go fast, too. 1928 on the Trixie. 11:30 close. That's why you see a little bit of volatility coming in. Whichever direction, obviously, currently downside. $520.68 on a 20 and a 30-minute needs to break. You know what? On a 30-minute, 520.68, we get below there, we go to the 517.48. Be nice. Be nice. Look at this. This like a magnet, this 521.50. Get over, motherfucker.
There's a lot of positioning at 592.
592?
SPY, yeah.
Oh no, yeah, I'm looking at Q's right now. Oh, all right, yeah, 592 is $4. Yeah, look at that. It's so crazy that you say that because remember, I'm not looking for it to go there. I just said Q's 525s, which is $4 more higher. Same fucking thing, basically. We don't want to see that, amen, right now.
That's why I'm telling you.
Yeah,
because,
no, I know.
You know, with the K, you want to take some profits as they come in.
I got time, so I've been playing more further out with these crazy things going on right now. I haven't really been playing any zero DTs. I've been playing weeklies or better.
Gotcha.
Because listen, once again, it's not easy with this. I thought I was dead this morning. I'm in 2 puts that I thought I was dead. I said, up, there we go, gone, all-time highs coming in. And obviously, luckily I was out to 6-4 and 7-18. I was taking an L on them. I DM'd Butters. I said, wish me luck. I said, I'm taking 521s. I literally took them fucking at what time? I just see the 517 target. I'm telling you, on the 1 hour and the 4 hour, I see a head and shoulders. I mean, I could be dead. It could be actually a double pad, a W pattern too, which I don't want to see. which I thought we were seeing coming into fucking NVIDIA and then the news. I took these things at, yeah, about 2 o'clock. Exactly. Yeah.
It's looking to me like for the Qs, we're going to chop around for a little while. There's a lot of positioning on, there's a lot of resistance at least at 520, peak resistance 518. And we don't have as much sell pressure up to 524.
Yeah, there's nobody buying this.
Stop talking dirty to me, man.
Just an observation.
You know I don't like roller coaster rides. I've been on a roller coaster ride since fucking 3:30 yesterday. It's too long of a ride. And I had a chance to get out. And I fucking didn't. Because I just see 517. 517 is in my vision right now.
I would love 517.
Oh, I would love it too today, but that might be wishful thinking.
I mean, there's a lot of positioning around there, but there's a lot of
I'm about to grab QQQ 512s for fucking Tuesday or something. Let me look.
Not yet. I wouldn't yet.
Don't matter. I'm about to do it.
I mean, I still feel like I see this as a bear flag right now. Lower time, 20-minute, 30-minute, or more on a 20-minute. 30s needs to break. See this fucking magnet right back to this fucking 521.50. What's going on with this 521.50? I know we got some resistance there, but Jesus, come on.
Well, the charm exposure for 521 is 16 million. So negative 16 million exposure, and we got on the 521. We have 28 million. So just kind of fighting back and forth. And as one builds on one side, they just keep chopping around. They're adding more to the 521 net exposure. And I'll just pin the price.
Yeah, that's what makes me nervous on this 5-minute here. That's why I say those 525 short term fuckers. Fuckers. I feel like I see a little inverse head and shoulders, but I don't want to bring that into my universe right now.
I'm going to put my expiration date a little bit further out.
All right, I grabbed the 515s for Monday. Get a close above session VWAP. I cut them both.
Monday. Yeah,
but I'll still hold my 620s.
I mean, it's going to change throughout the day, but for your Monday puts, you have a pretty big resistance wall at 517.
but there's not much in between. They're building on the 519.
So here's what I'm looking at. If it gets to 517 today, I'll be closing all of my shit out, like except the ones for 620. Like I'll close the 515s out and the 520s that I'm in. So that's what I'm looking for is five. I'm looking for 517, 34. And then, like I say, my next level down, if that is lost, it's 512.55.
Oh, what's happening on Marvell? My puts are in the money now.
We're 1 cent away from pulling this fucking 5 to the 20 on the hourly to the downside, and they're both pointing north. I mean south. Let's go. Pull up, get some liquidity, and bring it back down to that last hourly wick. I'll be happy. Come on. This motherfucker. This thing, come on, you. I don't like it. Don't like it. Come on. I don't want to see 525 again.
RTX, I have an alert, so if it gets past 135, I think that thing will start pumping. I'm in calls for June. I have the 135 calls I got this morning.
They're gonna make me do this. Fuck.
VEEV popped up on my screener. It's up 18% today. I guess they had a good earnings beat. That's Viva Systems, new software.
I just entered tomorrow's, the 30th, 525s. Fucker. Tight stop. Fucking bitch. Excuse my French. And come back down here. This fucking 1876. You really want to, huh? Break this 1893. Fuck. Make me wrong here. I'd rather you make me wrong here. Back to this fucking 521.50 again. Make me wrong here. Come on. I want to be wrong. Jacked back under the VWAP there. Back under the 15-minute. Rejected the fucking 9. Watch this. I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna fucking cancel these things and fucking this thing. Come on. Giving you a little more here. Go break this 521.16. Let's go. Do it already. All right, I'm out of those 525s. 15% loss. I only took a couple of contracts. It's nothing compared to my fucking
Oh, you grabbed
520.
calls? Oh, he
Yeah,
faded me when I grabbed the 515s. I see
yeah,
how
no,
it
that's all
is.
right. It's all right. It's okay. I only took a couple of contracts. There we go. Come on, let's go. I said, let me be wrong here. Come on,
We were on
go.
opposite sides of the bench there. I was in puts.
No, I'm in puts. I'm in. I
Oh,
just
you're
took a
just
couple
hedging.
of 525s and I said, let me be wrong. Come on. Come on, 517. Give it to us. Go break this fucking 520.70 here and
Just be on alert, Cheddar Flow. Just be on
517.50.
alert. Just be on alert. Just be on alert. Cheddar Flow just posted some long dated NVDA calls. So I'm just putting that on alert. Just so, I mean, even when if the low gets taken out, right here, be expecting a bounce.
Let's go. Come down here, test this fucking 519.27 and break it. Let's go. 519.38 on the 15.
Should have grabbed those 515s with me.
I'm still in my 521s that I got yesterday, so I'm happy because it's a nice position.
My work meeting just ended. I'm in 517s. I actually got some more up there.
Nice, nice.
We were up there.
There we go. There we go, Trixie. 1930. Come on. Go back to this 1957 gap close up here. Hit the 300. 1954 is the gap. 57 is the 300 on the 15. Come on, go.
Got to break through that lower VWAP band, which is at like 520.66 right now, something like that.
Agreed. That's 520.70, which we're below right now on the 30-minute, which is my 100-day moving average. Come on. Oh, there we go. The hourly. We pulled that 5 through the fucking 20.
Fucking dump.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Let's go. Dump this motherfucker. The hourly 519.08 is my 50-day. Come on, let's go. Trixie, 1938. Head back up to that 50.
Size looking weaker than Q's.
It's been, even yesterday.
Yeah.
What's the bank? Well, obviously, I know JP Morgan, obviously. I'm in it. Banks of. I need this JP Morgan to break this fucking 562.42. Come back down to this 560.18. Don't go back up to this 521.50, you pig. Hold this 521.06. Minutes. Let me see this 26-minute chart for a second.
Still a lot of negative gamma at 520.
SPX is back to 59.07. Let's see if anything changed over there. Nope, 5,900, 5,950. Same shit.
We got peak positive on Q's at 522. Peak negative 520.
Which is where it pretty much just rejected from.
SPX looks pretty balanced. It is negative.
Well,
if you go to 1 day expiration on SPX, it does look a little negative.
Yeah, they definitely added to the 5,900s since I last looked at it. They added to the 5,900s and they added to the 5880s.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of negative at 5,900 for the 1 day expiry tomorrow.
What are you guys talking about?
SPX.
Come on, calls or puts? What are you talking about?
On the negative side, they added to the 5,900s and they added to the 5880s and the 5890s technically. So.
Oh, okay. I just walked up. I didn't know what you guys were talking about. Like,
yeah, we were just talking about.
We're in gamma land.
Yeah.
Gamma land. I like that.
They actually pulled back. They took some away from the 5950s too, which is obviously the positive.
I'm just waiting for this H pattern to play out and go ahead and at least test the lower day. Maybe it doesn't have to necessarily take it all the way out, which the way that it's kind of consolidated for the last hour leads me to believe that it's going to take it all the way out. We're going to go ahead and test the low of day from yesterday.
I like that a lot.
That was the reason behind the rationale, at least behind me grabbing those 515s. George, you lock in some of your profits on those 11s? Ouster?
11s? Oh, the ousters for June? I still holding. I don't have a big position though.
Okay.
Yeah, they were up bigger as shit. Dude, I'm actually kind of
I mean, I took
glad
profits, but I still
I
got
should have
some.
taken
Yeah.
profits. Jesus. 1250 down to 1180. Damn. Dude, I wasn't even paying attention, man. That came down a lot. Fuck. What was I doing? It's all right. I mean, they're for June. That should be all right.
Oh no, you got time, and
Yeah.
the thing just broke. It just broke a bull flag. That was a bull flag breakout on the daily. So I like to see it trend to at least 14 and a half, 15. It's overtime. Plus, it has like 11% short interest, so it's always a squeeze possibility.
If it pulls
I don't really know how many days they got to
back
cover.
more, I might add to it. It is a small position. I like the LiDAR, man. Tesla's got to use LiDAR. Everything's got to have fucking LiDAR.
I love the LiDAR, bro. I love LiDAR, bro. Fuck.
I don't think Tesla has announced yet that they're gonna have to go to LiDAR, but I think they will eventually. That should pump everything in LiDAR space.
Guys sound like a bunch of nerds with your love of LiDAR.
Hey, bro, I'm a super nerd. You ain't know? Yeah. See, here's the thing. Like, I'm obsessive. Whatever I decide I'm gonna focus on. So if I focus on sports, like I'm a super sports nerd and I'm obsessive about it. You know, similarly with like the market or specific aspects of it, is I try to become nerdish about it, so I can at least know what I'm talking about when I talk about it.
We got to break 520.33 on Qs. Let's get a candle close below that. And I think we're good to the downside.
Oh hell yeah, that motherfucker bounced right off that level again, right there,
Yeah,
didn't it?
520.33, dude. Fucking
Yeah, exactly, right off of it.
funny how that works sometimes.
Yeah, I have no doubt it melts through it like it did last time with the kind of pressure that I'm looking at right now. I think it should. It's funny that I don't have a line marked there for like a level, but I have an alert set exactly right there for whatever reason.
I got to step out for most of the rest of the day, so thanks for having me up. Good luck to everyone, and yeah, I might pop in later if we're still on at the close.
See ya.
Appreciate you, bro.
Later,
Thanks.
Jay Bears. Have a good day.
Likewise. Thanks.
Just had to come back and check and see if OG was still giving me this finger. Still good to go. Twig, what we got? Where we at? What are we looking like? Did we lose Twigboar?
I see him as a speaker.
He could be busy. So Wall Street Engine is reporting it says the U.S. says it may ask the Supreme Court Friday to keep the tariffs intact.
There we go.
Let's go.
I'm looking at SPY. Let me go back to Qs here.
Qs look the same. I'm looking at Qs. I ain't even looking at SPY. I'm looking at Qs. Qs look the same. It's look like we're finna go take the low out. Certified H pattern. Let's get it.
Yep, SPY's line is at 589.16 for me. So it's below that. So Qs should follow.
Now I kind of hope.
Well,
Now
let's see.
I'm hoping for a spike up, a little bit of a spike up towards that VWAP. So I go ahead and grab some more.
You had 515s, I heard, or for one day, or I didn't hear what you said.
For Monday.
Monday. For Monday, okay. Yeah. I like that. I like that play. I don't usually go 2 days out. That's interesting.
Man, this looks like a bottom. This looks like a bottom, guys.
Think so? Okay. I mean, this level is.
I'll agree as soon as we get a close above the session VWAP.
This level is proven to be support here. Eyes back above it.
I don't think it's a bottom. I think it goes lower. I think the last candle close was more indicative of it going lower. So as long as we don't get above that and stay below the session VWAP, I'm gonna ride these puts. And I'm actually hoping for a spike so I can add some more.
What do you see in A-man? Are you looking at Gamma?
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's not even that much below. And tomorrow's peak negative is at 59.25 and 5,900. Whereas peak positives at 59.50 and 6,000.
I see a lot of 585 for tomorrow. It's fine. It's negative.
Can you imagine if they rip it up to 6K tomorrow? Whew.
It was.
Yeah, they can do that.
I just don't know where the buyers. I just don't know where the buyers come from.
Yeah, no, they can definitely rip it up to 6K tomorrow as long as they take this low out first. I'll hop on that 6K train with you.
VIX back to 1941. Dump this motherfucker.
Yeah,
Let's go.
But I think we take that low out first.
Yeah, spot it.
58.90, you said? D?
Yeah. Press PX.
Yeah, there's some gamma down there. It's got a 519.88. Break that fucking 519.88.
It's probably gonna test 58.97.
1947. Nice push here on the VIX. Come on, let's go. Dump this motherfucker right now. Let's go. Go back to this 1958.
Joe, Dave is trying to talk, bro. Let him. Can he talk?
It's probably gonna test 58.97.90 and try to hold that as support, but then break it and then test 58.90, and then I'll be a buyer on there.
All right, Joe,
if it breaks 58.03.50, then it becomes bullish on a 2-minute for me. Go ahead.
All right, Joe, let me hear that passion now.
Yeah, I get on the horse.
5903 D. You said 5803. I think you meant 5903 though.
59.03.50. 59.03.50.
Yeah, you're at 47 right now. There goes the 50. 59.03, 59.04 to 30. VIX pull back. Come on, Trixie.
Yeah, give it a couple minutes. If they want it, they'll hold it. If not, they'll just pull it back.
Three hour, 5 to the 9, 5:18:50. Closes in an hour. 7 minutes, 7.5 minute hour closes on Q's. What's everything else doing across the board? Let's see. NVDA. Fucking, it looks like a bull flag on the fucking hourly. Amazon looks like dog shit. AMD looks like dog shit. Google looks like dog shit. Microsoft definitely pulling back. Tesla trying to build some strength here. Meta looks like some dog shit. Apple definitely looks like, wow, Apple loses this fucking 199.97. You may see fucking next target. Apple may be trying to come back to this gap at
All right.
195.
There goes the pullback. Let's see what it does on SPX. On my level, 59.0350.
It's gonna drop it low, bro.
Yeah, I think they will.
What's your price on SPX right now?
59.05.689.
Okay. That's what make sure.
Well, 59.06.29 now.
Yeah, no, it's moving rapidly. I gotcha.
All right, let's see.
And that VIX is looking like it's gearing up to push higher. Everything else looks like it's trying to push lower. Meta's looking bearish. Apple already completed an H pattern. Meta looks like it's about to complete an H pattern. Microsoft is starting on an H pattern. Tesla actually looks kind of bullish. Google got an H pattern about to form. Amazon has an H pattern playing out currently. The Dow has an H pattern that played out, and IWM is starting to form an H pattern. Everything looks bearish except Tesla.
And on the 15-minute, they're trying to pull the 50 through the 300-day, which I consider a golden cross. We go up on the VIX.
NVDA is finally starting to pull back below the moving averages.
It's only 2 cents away.
That's one rejection for me on the 59.0350.
Meta's going for that lower day. Meta's going to take out that 642 mid. For Meta, I see support at 641.65.
That's Tucher rejection. There we go. Drop it 58.97.90. Let's see. And then they're going to.
Not on cues.
All right,
SPY.
Nita, going red here. Mine is faster than yours, Casey.
Oh, what a candle. Holy
All right,
shit.
there's my trim at 100 points.
Oh, man, you can't
Just
make
in
this
time
shit
for
up.
lunch here.
See? It's happening. I'm just riding this.
Boom, new low day. Boom, boom.
Oh,
Boom, boom.
literally just on live saying, look, Casey Algo's going short right here. And then this big old fat red candle on SPY. Holy shit. Oh, we're about to hit previous day low already.
3 bar.
See, I can't even fucking alert anything with that. Oh my god. We talked about it all morning, though. We knew new low day was going to happen. There it is.
Paper those
There's
pigs are up
previous day
50%
low.
already for tomorrow.
On SPY.
I know.
35 point.
You know, the
SPX
588
candle.
just like went explosive. But I have
$130
the
per
metas right now. I
contract,
haven't trimmed yet. I'm gonna trim the meta here. 530.
There's your
Close
fear
Reddit.
engulfing.
Still
Holy
factoring on
shit.
Reddit.
Braden, are you still short ES?
There it is.
12 grand. Let's fucking go. Lock it in, baby.
What a what an intro, dude.
Oh man, that was beautiful.
I hit it at 500.
Oh my goodness gracious. Fucking.
You guys want to hear some sauce?
Some sauce?
Some sauce.
Some bechamel. I'm about to talk some sauce right now during this lunch hour.
Big facts.
Do we have Michael up here?
Yep, I'm here.
What's up, Michael?
How we doing, everybody?
It depends. It depends. It depends what your positioning was like over the last 3 hours. How are you today, though?
Are you guys still in Vegas?
That's Jordy.
Holy, oh my god, Microsoft. The puts. It's about to hit
Well,
target.
Michael, I'll answer that. I'm not, but the team, yeah, they're still out there. I think it's the last day. Jordy, I don't know if Jordy's
I see
around or not,
Weisskopf
but
down there. Weisskopf's in Vegas. He had meetings with
Dan?
Saylor and everybody yesterday.
We're approaching daily range on QQ.
All right, let me get that title changed here. We'll jump into it a little bit.
I sent you, there was 2 other portfolio managers that I wanted to join today. So they might be requesting the Young Lim from Folio and Seth from Academy. I sent you their handles.
All right, rotating some people. We'll get them up here. There we go. There's Dan actually right there as well.
Yep, from Vegas. And there's Young. Okay.
Perfect. Well, Michael, do you want to kick?
Why don't you start it?
Yeah, there you go. Michael, do you want to go ahead and kick us off a little bit here?
Yep, and just look out for Seth, because I want to bring him up too. We'll just get started with Young.
Beautiful. Young,
All
welcome to the stage. I would love a quick introduction, and we'll kind of jump into the FIRE movement discussion. Financial independence, retire early.
Yeah, thanks for the invitation. Happy to be here. I'm managing Folio Beyond. We are an investment manager that offers innovative products.
So, yeah, I cut half at 150%.
Congratulations.
How much further before you max out Delta on those?
I'm at 518. So,
Yeah, I'll probably cut these at like 516 if it gets there. We'll see. I'm riding for you.
It's gonna go sideways and kill your premium. Okay.
that's fair. What was the dump? I was stuck in a work call at the time. It was just Trump
It was
talking
an H pattern. The H pattern was the dump.
I
We
saw a
weren't
headline
listening. I wasn't listening to any news. I was just monitoring the VIX and in the H pattern setup and trying to just play it.
We may ask. So 11:36. I saw we may ask the Supreme Court on Friday to keep tariffs intact.
Yeah,
maybe that wasn't it.
I talked about that, but I don't think that was it. I talked about that about an hour ago.
All right, let's see the SPX. That's the 5890 now.
But who knows? It could have been that.
Short term, be careful. VIX can't get above this 2005. We got a rejection at the 50-day on the hourly. And something else that I watch on which is my VIX 3-month, came down to the 300-day here. Obviously, that thing's down today. Fucking, it was 35% down. It's down only 21% since the bounce off of the 300-day, and just short term cautious to the upside. If you're, I mean, not to the downside. I'm I'm not flat. I got the runners on JP Morgan, but otherwise I'm out of my 521s. Congratulations to all.
Also remember what I alluded to earlier when when a lot of those NVDA leaps came in, that even though I still expect the H pattern to play out and we take the low out, that we could bounce there, right? So lock in your profits. Don't let any trade turn red.
No, yeah, I jumped off this roller coaster. I've been fucking up and down with these things since yesterday. I just took my 60% and ran. See you later.
All right, there goes the 5887, 5890. If it breaks the 5890 and holds on SPX, it's going to run an upside. Next level up will be 5914. If it breaks the 5890, it's going to test it though.
Nice work for everybody who took the trade, wrote that bitch down. I mean, it went right on down to a level I thought it would go down to.
So
I said 517.34. It went down to 517.32. So, like I say, lock in your profits, and we could bounce there. I don't expect it to get too much lower before it go retest those previous resistance levels that it took out.
quick update here on SPX. So we went from 50, and it's only after 3 prints. These last 3 prints, we were at 5900, 5950. Currently, it went to 5880, 5950. Then the same thing, and then the last print, 5850, 5940. Where is this last? 5880, 5930. And as I'm looking at this, all the upside gammas coming down. And the last print just now back to 5850, 5940. But a lot more negative gamma came in on this last print. And when I say that, 5845 is your biggest now. No, sorry, 5850. Sorry, 5850 is your biggest.
Core weave looks like it's about to form a H pattern on the 15.
Which obviously they probably fucking sold them on this pullback. Yeah, VIX back down to 1975.
You're not wrong. That does look like H pattern forming on the 15. Looks like it currently wants to go push and try to test the MAs. You want to see it go test and get that rejection, play it to take out that 117 low.
All right, we're 1 point away to 5890. Oh, 50 cents now.
Just remember,
if core weave takes out that 117 low, you have support at 116 and then 113.
All right, there goes the 5890. We just tested.
I got SPY's flip line at 588.12. You want to stay below that do you want to be bearish?
I'm looking at, I haven't got it yet, but 115 puts for tomorrow for core weave.
That's a second test for me. I think they want to bring it up.
yeah. Yeah, VIX pulled back further now, 1969. Are they making it? And I'm obviously I'm on cues. I'm looking at this. They're making it look too easy that it's gonna go to this gap on the 15 minute at 508. Yeah, be careful here above 519.37. 521.48 would be my next target. Cautious
I
here with
think
the VIX pulling back.
I think I think the SPX pulled back to build volatility, momentum. We'll see.
Let me look at SPX. Since I'm out of these other things, let's just take a look and see what's going on. 58.70. Would be more downside. 58.70. It's on a 2 hour.
Yeah, I'm out of my Q puts. Closed out the last runner.
And the 10-minute SPX bounced off my 200-day. Currently holding the 300-day at 58.81.79, which is above. 58.98. If it gets above 93 here. Come back to the VWAP, 59.03. I don't know. See if
It's
this
gonna go. SPX is going. It's gonna go sideways a little bit. Consolidate.
go back and forth to this 58.81, 82.
58.82.
Yeah, that's my 300-day on a 10-minute. 58.81.83. So say 52. I mean, yeah, I mean 82. Sorry. If it don't get above here 893.34, I think it's pushing. I think this thing wants to come back to fucking 5900.
Yeah, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Support 58.90. Now watch it run up.
You're gonna get a decent push here. VIX
First
pulling
level
back again.
5900. Then it's gonna get rejected. Try to break it. Then hit 5900. No, 58.97. Try to hold that. Pull back. Then break it. Go to 5902.50. And then they might want it up. And then hit 59.13.56 and probably get rejected there. We'll see.
It's my 9. They're trying to pull the. Well, no, they did actually. It's drew by 60 cents. My 9 to the VWAP. Coming up on my fucking 5 right now. Next target, and at 5900. Yeah, VIX back to 1960. Rejected that 50-day on the hourly. Hard.
I don't know if it's in this space. Somebody was saying at 2 we have some bond auctions.
Yeah, 1 o'clock. You got the
1 o'clock.
7. It's a 7-year note. 1 o'clock.
If they want this going up, how we broke the 58.90 on the SPX, they're probably not even going to go close to 58.90. They probably bring it down to 58.92, 58.91. All right, there goes the 58.97. Let's see. 2 more points.
Wow, they just turned this fucking VIX 3-month green. It was down 35%. It's up 2% right now with the VIX pulling back 1957. Double bottom on the hourly on Qs. Let me see SPX there because I know SPX above the 50-day on the hourly and the view app right now. Decent wick on the bottom. Oh wow. Double bottom on NQ, double bottom on ES, hourly.
What a wild day.
All right, there goes your 58.97. Let it get rejected, pull back, then try to break it. And then test 59.0325. And then it's going to do the same thing. Go sideways, pull back, then test 59.13 or 59.14. And then it's probably going to get rejected there.
So on this QQQ push up, I want to see how it reacts when it gets to 521.22. That's where I want to see it reject that and form another H.
VIX back down to 1947. Breaks this 1947, you may see 1930. I mean, I still see a little bit of a bullish conversion on this VIX, but obviously, timing is everything. And then this fucking VIX 3-month is pushing again, back up 10%.
All right, we're at 59.02, 59.03. Let's see what happens.
So D to the upside for full conviction for a move on a short. I see 59.11.32. You break that, you go in to retest. And once again, I mean, it's got to work for complete. You'll go back and test this 59.41. I wonder if the gamma changed on SPX. Let's take a look at that real quick. 58.80 is negative. 59.29.92 is positive. Nah, it's still a lot more negative gamma came in too. Surprising compared to the last couple of prints. They're pulling the positive away and adding more to the negative. I'm gonna step away, go have a smoke. Good luck. Be careful.
See, Joe said that was a little exciting. He had to go smoke him a cigarette, kind of relax a little bit. H patterns always are a little exciting in my personal opinion. I love playing them. Twig board, you back with us or you still on hiatus?
You say something?
Get the twig. Is this twig?
Yeah, yeah.
We got some updated levels from the dump. What you talking about? What do you?
58.90 held, so that is like the bull bear level. So for now, it's like go back to 59.38. So we have another 15 points maybe up. Yeah. So right now, as long as 58.90 holds, it's kind of what the bulls want to defend.
No, I appreciate that. It sounds like I caught you in the bathroom. I didn't mean to disturb your.
No, I'm not in the bathroom, but yeah, I was away from the computer. But I saw that 58.90 hold, and that's like a bullish reaction.
All right, there goes your 5903. And it pulled back. It's going to test it again.
Oh, did he get a rejection? Are we gonna reject this area?
No,
Are we
I think it's going
rejected?
to play. I think it's going to play in this channel 5903 to 58.98.50. Go sideways a little bit.
So when I say take profit, I hope y'all took profit. Like I locked in everything. I closed everything out except my 460s for June the 20th. But looking to probably get back in both the 520s and 515s for Monday.
NVDA is looking pretty weak right now.
The 520s were zeros, just to be clear.
NVIDIA doesn't hold 140, it's going to break down. Sorry, the 140.19.
Yeah, I take those positions when NVIDIA gets back. I mean, when QQQ gets back to 521.22. If it gets there, of course.
I think NVIDIA is going to hold. I don't think it'll break down. We just looked at the gamma. Anduril and Meta joined forces to deliver XR tech to U.S. military. Sounds like Meta's getting into the AI AR technology for helping increase aiming and enhance soldier perception and control of autonomous platforms.
Microsoft got a nice push off of this hourly here, off of my 100-day. Microsoft. Meta too on the hourly. AMD still looks shitty.
Yeah, as I look across the landscape, looking at the VIX looks like it's trying to bounce possibly. I don't know. That's still.
Yeah, no,
That's still.
you're right, Kev. I mean, it's holding this 1945 here. I pulled back a little bit, but if I still see upside in the VIX. I do agree with it. Pulling those smaller mover on the hourly, trying to pull this. If they could pull this 5 through this 200 day to the upside, we go test this 2005 again, which is the 50 day, and hopefully break it.
Well, I'm watching NVIDIA right now, currently trading under the moving averages on the 15, pushing to go test the moving averages on the 15. NVIDIA haven't actually had an H pattern play all the way out, but I want to see the H pattern play all the way out for NVIDIA. And then that's what's going to send everything lower. But currently, right now, it's kind of trying to push higher. Apple, after having H pattern play all the way out, is trying to push higher, but I want to see another H form. Similarly with Meta trying to push higher, test resistance. With Meta, I want to see Meta stay below 647.50.
647.50. All right,
It gets above that. It gets above that, then that's a change in character intraday, and it'll probably go push to test that high at that opening high at 650, 653 mid.
Gold's looking pretty strong this morning too.
You know what, since you mentioned gold, what's the fuck? It's so crazy. It really is the correlation. And when I say this, I don't even like to mention it because I hate it. Because I hate the fucking yields. Market up, yields up. Market down, yields down. It's so sick. Down fucking Hourly on here looks
Yeah,
like
that's when it's confusing. That's when it's
no, it's
confusing.
not. I Kev, you know what? Like I've been saying, fuck these fucking yields, because the only correlation that's been true, and you know what it is the VIX. Otherwise, dollar yields, they they got shit. I don't know what the fuck they're doing there. They got to take that. You got to take that and throw that out of your trading strategy, because it's been same correlation. Yields down, fucking market down. Yields up, market up. It's been so stupid.
All right,
With
there
that.
goes your 5903, and it pulled back. Second test.
And the VIX, see, this is where I get fucked up, because now the VIX is still pulling back with your pullback. Well, that's SPX. You know, it's funny because I look at NQ, ES, and then I look at SPX, and SPX looks so much weaker on the hourly than. Let me see something here. What is this? Yeah. Yeah, you got a double bottom on ES, double bottom on NQ. SPX still red, pulling back here.
As I said, it's playing in a channel 5903 and 5898.29. Just gonna play there sideways for a little bit, burn people premium, and then try to break an upside because it's staying really close to 5903 for me.
It's lunchtime too, so it makes sense. This fixed 3 month too was up 10%. Now it's down 4%. So that's another thing that correlates to the market. If anybody's interested.
Looking
Steve?
across all the ETFs, XLP looking like it's trying to get a pop to the upside, and XLU looks like it's trying to get a pop to the upside. All of them are, trending upward. Those two just kind of stick out to me.
All right, there goes SPX. It's now at 5904.
Financials might get a push here too, but it's just a little too much resistance. But you can see XLF push as well.
All right, my next level is 591409. There, I think it will get rejected and have a hard time breaking an upside. We'll see. The new channel for SPX is 5903 to 591410. If it breaks at 5903, my second resistance line is 5897.70. And if it breaks that line, SPX should fall back down to 5890.
The bear flag may be playing out here. Could it be a possibility?
No, if once I don't break my second resistance, trying to build momentum.
Yeah, I think it's going to eventually set itself up for the second H and drive a little lower.
It's lunchtime. It's trying to breathe. It's gradually going up slowly. We're an empty.
That's why I'm just being patient. I'm being patient, looking for a sign of weakness.
Those 0 DTs are probably up, and if you're trying to hold it, it's just dying. Because
Oh yeah.
you could be right, but your profit is going to be dying because they're killing the premium.
That's why just being patient is doing the right thing.
Agreed.
Funny day though. I woke up this morning thinking my puts were going to be wrecked, and I'm kind of flat for the day.
Same here. I thought I was done. That's why I said I've been taking time. These ranges have been too crazy for my liking. Kev's the beast with that.
Appreciate you. I don't know if I'm a beast, but
No, yeah, listen, that's why I'm telling you, I haven't been, I haven't, I mean, it's like I'm swinging, but I'm using weeklies as fucking day or two trades. I ain't playing with this fucking crazy ass news driven market.
That's a safer way to do it. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. It's too crazy for my liking. And look at this motherfucker. 4 a.m. this morning, the Qs were at 5:30.76. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing.
It's crazy. The
That's
range.
super crazy.
Yeah, the ranges have been and I've been saying it for the last couple of weeks. I just feel like you could take it
Okay,
either
here we
way.
go. Here we get that push. Remember, I said 521.22. That's the level I'm looking at. That's the one I want to. That's where I want to see the Qs reject that. I don't want to see. If I'm bearish, I don't want to see it get above that level. If it gets above that level, then I'm starting to rethink my bearish thoughts.
I'm 20 cents off from you, Kev. I'm at 521.43 on a 15.
I'm just using that level because that was Tuesday's close.
You know what? Actually, my hourly is showing me 521.12, which it went up to and rejected, which is my VWAP. Interesting. And now, you know what? They may be trying to get
Yeah, I'm
this
about to grab back in these 515.
this hourly may be trying to get this 9, and it's definitely a little bit of ways. 80 cents, $1.20, about $1.20 away, but the 9 through the 20 to the downside. They curl this 9, and it's curling southeast right now. They curl this thing down through the 20. We may see another drop like you're seeing with the 5 coming through the 20. But I'd be patient. This fucking VIX just hanging around here. It's really not doing much. What I do like is this. Yeah, there goes this VIX 3-month back down. Another bear flag here. Let's go, fellas. Possibly. 6 minutes left on this 15. What we got now? 21 minutes. Q's, let's see here. Q 26-minute. Oof. 520.91, 521.71 on the 26 minutes VWAP. Let's see. Trying to pull the 9 through the VWAP and my 20 through the 50-day. Oh no, it's actually through by 6 cents. Oh, they're coming up here. I gotta wait.
Peak negative gamma for tomorrow on the Qs is 510. Peak positive is 525.
510, that 508 gap fill. They're just making it look too easy. They're just making it look too easy for that 508. I hate when it's too easy. I feel like they jerk you. I may have to fucking take out some 508s to fucking July. Let's see something here. I'm gonna shut up for a second. I'm gonna go do some investigation on some 508s. See if we got anything in the trade. Oh, look at this. June 20th. You said 510s. Wow, look at this. I mean, it's not crazy. It's 43,733 in open interest, $4,361 in volume. Hmm. Let's see these 508s. And those are June 20th on the 510s. Hmm. Oh, that's 612. Low 523. You know what? I gotta wait. I gotta wait for this 521.43. Yeah, VIX pulled back 1929. Yeah, VIX 3-month back up. Just turning. It's just turning green. Yeah. 521.43. 521.05 above that. 521.93. 43. I'm gonna. I want to start a position on these 510 620s. I'm taking 2 contracts.
Yeah, well, I grabbed the 515s for Monday.
Yeah, I
I'm
took
back
them
in
out to
them.
620. All right, we'll see. Let's see. I just took 2 contracts as a starter position in these. I'm gonna test the waters with
Wall Street Engine is reporting that the second judge blocks some Trump tariffs in small business case.
great. Just as I
And
took
immediately
puts.
Trump starts tweeting.
Go to Truth Social. See what this fucker's saying. If he's saying.
I didn't catch that. What did you say?
I said I'm gonna go on Truth Social and see if he said anything.
Well, what he just retweeted was Trump appointed Center VP fired by Gay Kennedy Center President Richard Grenell after refusing to renounce Christian beliefs on traditional marriage following a CNN inquiry. That's what he just reposted.
Hmm. Now, the last thing he posted on on Truth Social was 13 hours ago. I don't see nothing else.
I have Washington federal judge pauses tariff order for 14 days. So yeah, I guess that's the,
Yep, that's the second judge. Yep.
And a case filed by a toy company. Puts on Mattel.
What is that ticker? Matt, M-A-T?
Let me see.
Yeah, MAT.
Yeah. You guys said there's a press secretary, at one?
7-year auction is what I know. I don't know about press secretary.
Somebody said that.
I'll check for you. I'm not in anything. I'll take a gander at the calendar.
I like to give my level for the triple Qs. Once 520 50 holes on the triple Q, my next level on the upside is 521.63. If that breaks, 523.90 on upside.
Now, the only thing I see here on the calendar is the 7-year note auction at 1 o'clock. You got daily speaking at 1600 hours, Fed balance sheet 1630. That's all after market close. So 7-year note, 1 o'clock. This Mattel, I don't know if I like it or I don't like it. I think I like it. I don't know.
Yeah, at 1 p.m. press briefing by the White House press secretary Carolyn Leavitt.
Figures at the same time as the note comes out. Why wouldn't they? You ever notice a lot of the fucking like coincides with certain things? Sick.
Yeah, they're good at position.
That was like this morning. You had Bassett and Navarro speaking right before the 8:30 data that was coming out.
And at 5, oh, this one's closed for press. Yeah, I'll put the roll call link in Purple Pill.
Wow, this is sick. 7 years at 4203, 300 day on the daily candle is so bearish. It's dead red from 4327. I mean 4327 to where it is now, and my 300 days sitting at 4177. Yeah, there's a gap right there too. Look at that, 4185. They got the fucking 200 trying to cross the 50 to the upside. They're coming down here to get this fucking 200. Pull the 50 in it. I mean, I'm bullish on yields, but obviously short term here. Let's get
I see that 521.42 level you was talking about. I got that as an hourly level.
Yeah, I like. That's right. Ah, look at this. All right, they went green again. These 510s. That's right. That's I'm. You know, I I psych myself out sometimes, but I do also notice that 508 gap on the 15 minute. It looks very easy, and I hate when it looks easy because I get myself psyched out on it. But that's why I took some time on them. I took the 620s. I'm just gallivanting around this here. This VIX is just hanging out here. I'm looking at these yields right now. Why is the 10-year, 2-year data not working? What the fuck is going on here? It says 0. What the fuck is that about?
On my side, they're all down about.
No,
Not for
but
the new
no,
VIX.
I'm talking about the 10-year, 2-year. 10-year, it's the 10-year, 2-year. It says 0. And I know that ain't the case. Why is TradingView not showing me this data?
Like the symbols 10-year, because I have the 2-year and the 10-year open separate.
No, so there's a T10Y, 2Y.
Okay.
It's well, I watched the minus and the plus one, but my plus one. Let me see something here. You know, this one's showing me it's flat. This is flat, but this one is showing me 0. There's no timer on it. Nothing. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, see, my other one has a timer on it. A fallen wedge. This motherfucker. I don't understand. Why is this thing here not no data on this 10-year, 2-year? My 2-year, 10-year is showing me data. Yeah, everything else is working. My 2-year, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, 20-year, 30-year is working. But this fucking 10-year, 2-year is no data on it.
I grabbed some Q puts as well for June 6th, 510s.
You get them around 620.
No, mine's $3.
620s?
No, I got 510s for QQQ June 6th.
Oh, 6th. Okay, I was gonna say, wow, you got them for $3. I'm in them at 615. I was like, wait, what did I do wrong here? Who's no? Okay.
I just grabbed the.
Yeah, no, nice.
Scale and seeing how things going.
Yeah, we got that rejection there, Kev. Let's see. Even my 30-minute here, I'm trying to pull, this 9 through the view app, and it's rejecting my 5 and my 100-day on the 30-minute, and the VIX ain't moving. VIX is dead. I was rejecting view app on the hourly, 521.11.
So Wall Street Engine is reporting that Nike longtime design and innovator John Hoke is set to retire after more than 30 years with the company.
I still think once the triple Q doesn't break 520.50, we go up 522.77 to 520, 525, rounded up. Hopeful. Long as it holds 520.50.
It's funny you say that. My downside target yesterday was 520.30 as support. We're above that right now. I just looked at my sheet here, and I had 5 for yesterday, 520.30 for the break. Interesting that you got it at 520.50 to the upside now. I look at this daily on it, man. Look at this fucking thing. Trying to pull a 200 to the 100 day. $521.40. 200 to the 300, yeah. VIX pullback, decent pullback here, 1921. 13-cent drop.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the VIX looked like he was trying to pull back. I don't know. It's still kind of hanging out. It's hanging out, still slightly above one of my moving averages on the 15. So still could bounce.
So I want to go see here on this VIX. What is it? What can help it to stop it at this point? Let's run through some time frames.
I don't know, man. That VIX is looking like it's trying to melt.
So we broke through this 1926 here. 1922. Oh, for $19 back there? Jesus, no. Don't do that. But I want to see how everything's above on the 2 hour, 4 hour. 4 hour, I gotta hold this 50-day here. 1902.
So the Fed and Powell and Trump met today in the White House. This is the press release. At the president's invitation, Chair Powell met with President Tay at the White House to discuss economic developments, including for growth, employment, and inflation. Chair Powell did not discuss his expectations for monetary policy except to stress that the path of policy will depend entirely on incoming economic information and what that means for the outlook. Finally, Chair Powell said that he and his colleagues on the FOMC will set monetary policy as required by law to support maximum employment and stable prices. It will make those decisions based solely on careful, objective, and non-political analysis. Sounds like
NVIDIA
did
getting
not
the
go
rejection.
well.
So now I'm not just watching the VIX, I'm watching NVIDIA now. NVIDIA's getting a rejection. And I'm only watching NVIDIA now because I'm in the queues.
Amazon pushing. NVIDIA rejected. AMD pushing.
All right. There goes SPX.
Google.
4 more points.
Microsoft pushing. Tesla's trying. Meta pushing. Apple pushing.
The SPX is at 59.10. 4 more points, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, there goes that 59.11. I said 59.11 and change to the upside. Yeah. Where we at on this? Well, we're almost at that 521.43.
There goes the triple Qs, 521.
Yeah, 521.41 just hit. On the 15-minute, I got this fucking 200 day trying to cross to the upside on the cross the 300 to the upside. If it gets through this 521.43, 522.17, 522.28 is my 20 on the 15. It's got to reject this VWAP here.
White House to issue new hiring plans for federal workers.
You just fired them all. Now you want to for
Yeah, they've completely flip-flopped that. Now they're going to try and grow their way out of the
yeah.
deficit.
VIX 3-month pushing here, and the VIX currently at it's at 1911. So it's got my next target there is 1906. If it breaks that, 1898. Fucker. So we're at another standoff here. But it does look like we're trying to push to the upside. We want to see a rejection here for this bear flag. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, this is just a retest of the session VWAP. See if it can clear the session VWAP or just get rejected. So far, rejecting that level.
Correct, Amundo.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to bounce off.
So this is also 5930 ES, which has been a big level for like weeks. So it could get rejected at 5930 and then go back to 5890. Just ping pong between.
And the auction just came out 1 o'clock. Obviously, it takes a couple of minutes. Oh, let me go to the 7-year. See what's going on there on that fucking thing. Actually, you know what? Got a little nothing to write home to mom about, but definitely got a little push here off of the 15-minute. Let's see the reaction here.
And if it reclaims 5930 ES, then that can be another push. To me, it just looks like this is kind of a day to just close maybe small green, maybe even here 5930 ES, and call it a day.
I think that's impossible. And when I say that, I'm not saying to the upside or the downside, but it's definitely going to go one way or the other. This market's too erratic. 1907 on the VIX, coming up to that 1906. But you know what? There you go. Look, the fucking 7-year just pushed up too. Up to 4215. And remember,
Right.
we were down
Okay.
here at 420. Sorry, go ahead, Dave.
5913. Let's see if they slam it down. 5914. Try to break it.
Yeah.
NVIDIA still looking bearish. NVIDIA is not looking bullish. Apple's looking productive, and I'm not necessarily say it's bullish, but it's definitely looking productive. Tesla looks a little bearish. Meta is mid, just kind of consolidating. Microsoft looks mid. Everything, nothing really looks bullish. The Dow is kind of setting up to look bullish. IWM is kind of setting up to look bullish, but nothing really looks bullish.
I'm gonna
Eyes
let
right
my
at VWAP
go
here.
get some lunch.
Oh.
All right, we just had a break of a low on the 7-year. So obviously, auction must have been good if the yield pulled back 4.20. Lower day was 4.2203. So yeah, there it goes again, back to the 2.0. It's fluctuating. So the auction must have just ended. Usually takes about a minute or two. Wow,
Right, there goes your
VIX at 1901. There goes just broke the 4.20 on the 7-year down to 419.6.
Yeah, I'm cutting these puts. Looks like NVIDIA could possibly bounce right off of 140 with the VIX tanking. I'm not going to say tanking, but at least drawing down to that $19 level. It could actually take that out. It was previously support, but it could possibly take that out.
Yeah, 1898 is my 50-day on the 15-minute. If it breaks that, obviously, you see continuation to the downside. I mean, if I look at this pattern-wise, I see 1876, which could obviously be probably on a higher time frame. I got to look, but on this 15-minute, that could make an inverse head and shoulders. Let me look here on hourly for a second. Oof,
Yeah, I had a
look at that
50. I
hourly.
had a MACD cross to the upside on the 15 on the Q. So I don't know. It could always pull back. It could always pull back down. I still say we get another H pattern. Still got to watch
right.
NVIDIA.
So there
NVIDIA.
goes the
Go ahead.
good.
No, you go ahead.
The SPX. There goes your 5914. Watch it pull back now.
Yeah, interesting on this hourly with the fucking, see, this is
No.
4.9. It just pulled back now to 7 year, and you see the hourly on the Qs with the VIX pulling back. The Qs just had a pullback. I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Qs, I think we're going to go back down to that 520 level.
No, watch it drop to
Let
5903.
me see SPY.
SPX.
So that $19 VIX level so far has been support all day. So let's see if the VIX bounces right here.
Yeah, that's that 15-minute fucking 50-day and the 100-day. Actually, yeah, the 100 days at 1906. My 50's at 1898. And you're right, Kev. It has bounced from there all day.
I think we're going to go to 520 on the Qs before we go up.
Definitely getting a pullback here on the yields.
BB, you say what? You think what? I can barely hear you, bro. Just say that.
Sorry. I said I think we're going to go to 520 before we go up on the Qs.
Oh, so you think it's going to go up?
I don't know if it's going to go up, but
I think if it rejects here, the H pattern is going to play out.
Yeah, I see resistance building at 520. And we're losing resistance at 521 on the gamma. NVDA's about to test low of day.
Yeah, so far Qs for rejected session VWAP.
Oh, is she speaking?
Whom did you say is speaking?
Kara, press secretary. They're live right now. We're waiting for her to step up to the podium. I don't think we do anything until she said. Well, she doesn't really move the market much, but I think she's going to be very hawkish.
Yeah, let's go see if we can test this low. Take these lows out, get this second H pattern playing out. Still might take time, but this is a start right here.
Anybody interested if anybody's IBIT cheddar flow? I just drew it up in the nest. IBIT, they're showing leaps. $40 strike. 27 contracts. And when I say that, the year 27. Yeah, VIX getting a decent recovery here, back to 1914. Say it is fucking yields. Yields down. Market down. It's so crazy.
Yeah, man, the VIX is looking like it still wants to continue going down.
Yeah, but you're getting that pullback on the Qs right now with it. I bounced off the 1906. Oh, Kev, you may see a second H pattern here, buddy.
I hope so. I'm banking on it.
Oh, yeah, so am I. I went in. I'm with you, but I'm. It's just confusion to me right now. This could be another fucking bear flag rejection, lower high, come down here, come back down here and break this fucking 517, 39. I mean, if you break there, your next support realistically here, 516.61, 515.24. They make it look too easy, but 514, that wick is 514.63.
VIX got a little bit of a bounce. NVIDIA's still trying to pull, but NVIDIA still looks weak.
Microsoft double topped on the hourly right now. Tesla double topped on the hourly. 49 minutes left, 48 minutes left.
One thing to watch out for is Amazon's been really investing in the video game space. And I just saw in the headline, the Amazon taps Xbox co-founder to lead new team developing breakthrough consumer products. And in my city, we have a pretty big video game industry, and I've seen postings and hirings for the Amazon division, which we never had before. So something to look out for.
Overall, where Amazon was this morning, 211.88 roughly. I mean, it's still green, but
So did you end up reading the printout for the 7 year?
no.
I
Let me
put it
go
up
to
top.
find it.
I put it
Oh,
up
you
top.
did?
You can just look right up top.
High yield action 4216 came in at 419. Yeah, which is obviously went lower. 2.65. So they bought up the 7 year a little bit from 2.55 to
Oh
269.
yeah, look at the VIX. The VIX look like it's about to take out that 19. Looks like the 7 year yield was pretty decent.
Yeah.
Looks like we
Well,
possibly could bounce.
yeah, the bond, the bond was definitely, they bought up the 7 year bond. That's why we've seen the 7 year pull back. I mean, they pulled back, but now it's back to 420. But the VIX getting ready to break this 1889 area. Yeah. Still on the hourly, holding this VWAP, 521.14. See this over here on the 15-minute. Second. Yeah, same
Like
thing.
the low end
Rejected.
is the low end is 1896. I just want to see it stay above 1896. The VIX.
And that's my 50-day on the 1899. It's actually, believe it or not, Kev. So it was 1889. They came down, bounced on the 50-day on the 15-minute, and pulled it up to 1899. Interesting. We'll see. Projection at 247 here on the VIX 3-month, plus 2%. And you're getting a pullback. Yeah, this market's weak.
Yeah, the Qs are following NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks like it's about to get that swing low break, which NVIDIA, it's essentially 140, loses 140, and it should go take out that 139. Yeah, NVIDIA looks super bearish.
Tesla too right now.
NVIDIA is at, well, it's breaking through low of day, right?
Trying. Sure, that's Thursday
That's
at
not
10 a.m.
that's not the
No.
lower. It's not the lower day. It's just a swing low.
The 15, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is
But
also this is also a weekly level that I have for NVIDIA. So if this level gets taken out for NVIDIA, I want to see it, fall like dump.
Germany eyes a 10% digital tax on tech giants.
Goolsby's talking right now
So
somewhere. So just a heads up. I'm seeing people post up about Goolsby. Administration could use other justifications to impose tariffs. 2 minutes ago.
so what I'm looking at NVIDIA is a close on. I'm looking at 139.72 is support. That if that you get back below that, then it starts to look at around 132, 130, and 125. At the open, NVIDIA drew all the way down to that level and bounced. You had two solid wicks on the 15-minute time frame off that level. I'm sure it would be more than that on the 5. Let me just go look at the 5 and see. Yeah, it's like 4 wicks on the 5. So it was obvious buying pressure right there. It looks like we're approaching that right now on NVIDIA, just drawing down steadily. Let's see if it can take that level out, see if it gets a bounce there.
Press secretary is talking.
Yeah, VIX back to 1911. Yeah, we held this 50 on the 15-minute, bounced right off it. Yeah, maybe this was the bear flag, Kev.
She's talking about tariffs right now.
Yeah, NVIDIA, I told you, NVIDIA's the one to watch, man. Like, we're in the queues, so NVIDIA's the one to watch.
Hey, let's go. We're back green on these 620s.
620s, 520s, mean?
Yeah, the 510 620 expiration. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm like, damn, 620s.
520, 28 here.
SNPS synopsis suspends third quarter full year guidance on China export restrictions. SNPS.
It's down to wow, look at this thing on the 15-minute. This is looks like oh wait, that ain't it. Sorry. That was fucking thing. Oh my god, yeah, look at this. H pattern played out on the there goes your H on there. It's actually
Oh
hit
yeah,
four.
nice. Damn, that's a nice sell off right there.
I mean,
Okay. Ooh, look
if
at that
this
daily. Wow, this thing looks like it is done.
44450 breaks here.
Chart this. Host.
Yeah, this thing can go lower here. If it breaks 44450, you 43760 is my next target. What does this fucking thing do?
Yeah. Well, I got 365. So I don't know.
SMH?
No. Synopsis. Don't they do do they do food or some shit? No. Okay. This is
Hold
engaging
on,
supplying the electronic design automation software that engineers use to design and test integrated circuits, also
it
known
just
as
broke it.
silicon.
It just broke the H pattern on the 15-minute. That 2 wicks, the 44450, it went to 44120, 441.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So now this probably is playing into effect to what Trump said yesterday, the companies that are supplying.
This thing is EDA software. Okay, thanks, Monolith. Yeah, this is just fucking dumping. Man, if you just jumped it, this is already down 2% more since I've been looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
So Kev, this plays into part what he said about the companies supplying China with stuff like materials and stuff.
Yep.
Is this one of those companies? Yeah.
Yeah. First step in silicon design. Yep, it sure is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the first step. So maybe that's why NVIDIA is bearish.
NVIDIA's low today was that wick 139.30. Yeah, 139.30. So I mean, and on the hourly, that's my VWAP roughly 139.36. So that would be a break. And if that's the case, you balance out to the left. You could see fucking 133.20. But this also could be a bull flag here on this hourly on the video. But we'll see. Yeah, see, VIX just pulled down on it just broke the 50 on my 15. It's only down by 1 penny below it. So let's see what happens here. Yep, VIX 3-month pushing. Back above it again. But still, it looks weak, the market. Because with this pullback on the VIX, we should have really fucking pushed harder from where we went to where it is now. We should have pushed harder. So that's showing me weakness here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
You know, this is that funny shit that happens where I don't know. You know, I mean, we've seen the put with that from where we are right now to the push up to the $20. We seen the pullback. You just went from the $20 all the way back to where we were, and you didn't get the same movement to the upside. So I find that sometimes a little curious.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like the VIX is holding 19. So
correct.
Serve is at 19. NVIDIA under 140. Looks like it's continuing to the downside. Qs so far are following suit.
Yep.
Tesla looked like it's creating an M pattern on the 15. Tesla is actually starting to set up to look like NVDA. That's actually an M pattern that looks like on NVIDIA. M as in memory.
So I guess the press secretary says White House closed trade court ruling judicial overreach. Says court should not have no role in tariffs.
Well, it should. The only role to me, specifically to as far as the judiciary, their role should be is just interpreting the law that's already set for the tariffs. That's the only rule. That's the only role that they should have in regards to tariffs.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really don't have too much of an understanding of it, but I was laughing because Wall Street. Yeah, I gotta put it in this because this is one of my favorite things with Donald Duck. I mean, and Daffy,
Yeah.
Bugs Bunny, and that. But they just put up. They they usually do the rip off with the arrow up or down. Tariffs on, tariffs off, tariffs on, tariffs off. And there goes your dump. And the VIX back to 1908. Nice bounce off the 50 here on the 15. Pull back on the VIX 3-month. Yeah, look at that pullback. Nice.
Okay, see, that's that weekly level that I talked about. NVIDIA, I said 139.72. It's right here at that level, trying to press through it. Apple now is starting to look bearish, and you look at that M pattern on Tesla starting to play out. So you got Microsoft also starting to look bearish, look like it wants to try to create what looks similar to an M pattern.
Kev, you're gonna get your second H here, Kev. Bear flag. Now we gotta get under 519.42, and then I'll tell you. I'll be more confident with that H pattern. That's my 300 day on the 15-minute.
You got IWM pulling back. You got Dow looking like it's not as bullish as it was starting to look. Google starting to pull back slightly. Yeah, Tesla's looking super bearish right here. About as bearish as NVIDIA.
So hourly is the 50 days at 519.54. My 300 here on the 15 is at 519.41. Yeah, we're gonna come up to a spot here. If you get through it, yeah, you're gonna hit some majors here if you could break
This is
through
setting
it.
up to go. The Qs are setting up to try to go test the lows again. Get that second H pattern, which will result in an M.
Which would be sick because let me see something. Let me do this measure move 530 for my calculator. So if this is a symmetrical triangle, let me see something. 530, 52. So this is a break. 521, 13, 521, 14. Oh, you fuck. $9.41. 521. 11 minus $9. Wow. Yeah, all right. I don't know. If this is a symmetrical triangle on the 15-minute and the measured move from the top to my basically 0 line on my volume profile, 511.91 would be the measured move to the downside if this is a symmetrical triangle. So if you get your second H pattern here, wow, that's sick.
On SPY, I got
I'm
my
getting it,
flip
bro.
line
It's
at
coming.
I'm in it with you.
587.81.
I got the 510s. I mean, they're out, so I could be patient, but yeah, 511.91. and that's just off a calculation of a dummy. And that 508 fucking gap
Well,
down
then that
there.
makes two dummies. We're two dummies up here.
Look at this. And the VIX is just sitting here at this fucking 1906. Yeah, no, this market's showing weakness. VIX 3-month just went red again. Yeah. We'll see. 519.42 and 519.54. 300-day on my 15 and my 50-day on the hourly. Hourly 300-day sitting at 506.09.
Let's go. Oh, I love that 15-minute close. Only thing I don't like is that my motherfucking MACD is still green. That's what I don't like.
Let me see. Yeah, after all of that red, this one, but it's bouncing back. Kev, your MACD is the current candle on the MACD is going green to red, right?
It's
Red to
trying to
green.
turn red. Yeah, it's trying to
Yeah,
turn
yeah,
red,
all
but
right.
it's still green though.
Yeah, no, I understand. But I mean, remember, you got the fucking 200-day and the 300-day sitting right there, 519.56 and 519.42. So you got some support there. And then obviously the 50-day on the fucking hourly. Yeah, VIX 19 trying to test this fucking 1899. Yeah, you're in a touchy spot here. But a market does show weakness. I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, the only good thing is that my hourly MACD is red as fuck. My 30-minute red as fuck. Yeah, I don't like how that VIX keep testing that 19. That ain't cool. Apple's starting to look more and more bearish. NVIDIA looks like it's still trending towards taking out the low, that 139.29 low. Wait, NVIDIA's hanging out right here at this support. Should go ahead and take it out.
Uh, I lost you outside. I was telling you, Levitt's talking at the White House fucking press conference right now.
Yeah, I saw that. He's been up there for probably about, 10, 15 minutes maybe. Maybe
Yeah. Yeah, this VIX really is just holding this fucking 19. Yeah, market's weak. Let's go. Make it. Drop this mother trucker.
So
Get underneath.
the Financial Times are reporting that Germany eyes a 10% digital tax on tech giants like Google and Meta. Hell yeah, let's go.
Oh,
Here we go.
Low just broke on the day on the video.
Let's go. Let's go. That's that whole M pattern, H pattern. You got Apple starting to look more and more bearish, but Nvidia just broke that low. Let's go. See if it can drag the Qs down. Looks like looks like the VIX is trying to bounce.
Yeah, it's trying. 1909. Coming up to this 200 day here on Qs on the 15. Fuck up. NVIDIA hourly's at the VWAP. Or just below it by 1 penny. Come on, break this 55 cents. 519.55, 519.42. Let's go. 519.54 on the hourlies, the 50 day.
Oh yeah, we finna get a nice little drop. Let's go. Let's see if we can go test this low. Now Apple look like it's trending towards testing its low.
So that 5 and 9 on the hourly on Qs, obviously it was like $1.20 away. Now it's only 60 cents away from pulling my 9 through the 20 on the hourly. But we bounced off that fucking basically that 519 the 50 day. VIX 1897 broke the 50 day on the 15. Cautious, yeah. $18.94. But we should see there's not much strength the way this thing's pulling back. I mean, it's either that or this fucker's gonna pop. Let's look at SPX real quick. Let me take a gander over there, see if anything's changed. 58.90, 59.20. No, they lowered the positive down to 59.20. What was that? 59.30 earlier. 58.90. They lowered the negative too.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Apple looks super bearish now. Grabbing those 197 and a halves for Friday while they're still cheap. NVDA tried a double bottom bounce. Now it's looking like it's going to take that low out and stay low. Apple looking like it's forming its second H.
VIX back above 19, 1902. Back above the 50 day. And they brought the 50 day up with it. I mean, it's all only 1 penny, but still. 50 day through the 100 day. 6 cents away. Let's go. Come on, break this 519.54. Get underneath it. Come on. Make it rain here. See that
See, that was a bearish as fuck hour 15-minute close on NVIDIA. So watching this happen.
Yeah. Now we're gonna see a flush. We're gonna see a flush. We're gonna see a flush right here.
That's what I'm expecting.
We're gonna see a flush right here. Come on, go break this 519. Fuck. We're right at the 50-day 54 there, the 300-day 519.42 on the 15. Come on, flush this. Get underneath this 300-day on the 15. I only closed in 12 minutes.
I think it's setting up for a waterfall. But who knows? I never know.
There you go. Come on. Dump this motherfucker. There you go. Come on. We're on the one target. Go get this 519.42. Go. Break this 300 on the 15. Go. Go, 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 go. Yeah. Come on. Let's go. There you go, VIX. 1908. Come on. Break this motherfucker. Oh, yeah, 11. Yeah, that's going to close on the hour too. Yep, underneath the 50-day here on the hourly. Come on, go. Go. Get this 42. What is this? 518.24 is my 200-day on this hourly, which is basically.
Here we go.
Yeah. Yep, VIX 1910 pushing up. Let's go. There you go. Come on. Continuation now. Continuation. Continue. Come on. Strong push here. Strong push here. Come on. 1916 on the VIX. Come on. Strong push here. Strong push here. Come on. Go. There we go. 518.23 has got to be the next break. Come on. Let's go. That's on the hourly. 517.48 on the 30-minute is my 200-day. Oh, they're trying to pull. Yeah, look at this. Trying to pull the 9 through my 100-day right now. It's literally 21 cents away. We don't want to see it back above this 42 cents. Come on, push down, you fucker. Push down. Downtown Julie Brown. 1919 on the VIX. Come on, flush this motherfucker.
If Jeffrey was here, Jeffrey would be fading the H. I promise. Fun fact, Joe, when I first started trading with everybody that you used to trade with, everybody was fading all my plays, all my calls.
It's crazy.
Or at least trying to. Let's just say they were trying to.
It's sick.
Which was crazy. I mean, well, you end up that ends up coming out later on. You know, you get cool with people and they start talking or whatever. They start saying shit. You like, oh, okay, damn, you was fading me. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, look, we're right back up there again. So this may, I know it sounds crazy, but this may fucking hold this fucking 50-day here on the hourly and fucking 300 and let's see, we'll see this hourly close. Kev, I know you're looking at that, and the only reason why I say this is, and it's obviously I'm looking at all different time frames, but this this 15-minute here, which I know you're looking at. If you look at yesterday's 4 p.m. close, and then obviously this 12 o'clock close, this could be if it holds where we are right now in this 519.58 range, this could be a double bottom for a push up to the end of the day. Because this fucking market's crazy. Every fucking day, majority of the time, it pushes up at the end of the day. I don't care where we are. Besides for yesterday, obviously, we had that pullback. But I'd love to see this fucking close, this hourly close underneath this 50-day on the hourly and underneath this 519.42 on this 15. Let me see this fucking fix. Let's go here, hourly. Yeah, I think this fucking hourly on the VIX trying to pull my fucking 5 through my 20, or is that my, let me make sure. Yeah, they're trying to pull my 5 through the 20s to the downside. Apple's still pulling back. NVDA, a little push up here from this hourly. Then yeah, we're gonna see this next hourly. Amazon pulling back. And pulling back. Microsoft pulling back. Google came down, pushing up a little bit. Apple still pushing down. 520. 520 left. Let's go. Now we're back underneath the 50-day here. Come on, push this motherfucker down. Get underneath this 42 cents.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low. We about to hit that blow, Joe. The flow, Joe.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely weak because even with this pullbacks on the VIX, it's not showing strength.
That it ain't strong.
Yeah. There we go. Back to 1918. There you go. Come on, close this way. 4 minutes and 35 seconds. I love to see it under 518. I love to see this close at the 100 day on the hourly, 518.23. That would really be nice. Come on, go. Oh, VIX just gapped up on the 15 to 1919.
I had to run, go do some errands, but check out CoreWeave. That H pattern looks like it's starting to play out.
Look at this motherfucker.
OG, you still around?
I'm here. I'm here.
There we go. Come on.
Never mind. It don't matter. I'd already removed him. You was asleep. I woke you up. I do apologize.
I wasn't. I just wasn't looking. But then it still shows me one request.
Because I just removed the person.
There we go. Come on, let's go.
Mr. Mysterio or some shit. I don't know. I just removed the motherfucker. I didn't know who it was. Don't come up here requesting if I don't know you.
1923. Come on.
Unless you started posting in the purple pill so people know who you are. You know, you adding value or whatever. This person didn't add any value, so I removed them.
26 minute. We just got underneath body of candles. We're in that wick from the lower day. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Go. 1927. Come on, bring this VIX back to 1956. Smash this motherfucker. Come on. Kev, you got to be doing good on those apples. Apples pushing down. Come on, let's go. Let's go. There you go, baby. Come on. Come on. Keep it going. What am I looking at here? 100 day, 518.23. Come on. Let's go. Bust through the door. Let me see something here. Let's see. Anything else? 2 hour. 2 hour, 50 day. We bounced off of that earlier. Now we're coming back to it. 3 hour. Checked at the fucking 9.
Yeah, OG, I'm gonna do that as soon as I get a chance. I gotta try to monitor these positions, but thank you. Joe, I'm up 15% on these apples.
Nice.
And up 15% on my Qs.
Yeah, no, I was just scrolling through and I caught Apple. I seen where you got in them pretty much, and obviously you're coming down to this one named the 889, which is the bottoms on the hourly bodies. Come on, minute and 10 seconds left for this hourly close. Let me see some because the 65 were below the 50 day. Same thing, huh? 518.02. So roughly the hourlies. Same setup, and then we don't want to see a bounce yet. No bounce yet. I want to see a fucking continuation with the open on the hourlies. 15. Same thing here on this fucking 20. 30 minute. We want to see it come down to 517.48, which was pretty much the low here with the wick a little bit. 517.32. Come on. I want to see a bounce here. That's a low high. We don't want to see, a higher low. We don't want to see that. Break it. It's 50% retracement basically right now. Right where we're at. 1926 on the VIX. Come on, come on, come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I don't want to say what you're supposed to say there because I don't want to see that happen. Come on, pull this bitch back. There you go. Come on. Come on. Eh? Don't double bottom here, you Mofo and ho. Come on. Yeah, VIX pullback 1919. But I think this goes back. Come on. Pull this through 10 cents now. My 9 through the 100 day. Stay. Now we're gonna see. We're gonna use this 300 as resistance here. 519.41. 15. They're trying to pull my 5 through my 200 day. 1 cent away. Rejected 1941. Pull the 5 through my 200 day here, and we get this continuation to go test the low. Let's see. Let's see. Come on, pull it through. Even 66 cents. It's right there. Come on, pull it through. There we go. Come on, pull it through. And then come through the 300 day with the fucking. Come on, let's go. All right, look at this. Pulled it back up 66, 66. No, it's back. And there you go. Come on, pull it through. Take that liquidity down. Let's go. Yep. Going back to test the 300. Stay away from that 41 cents. There you go. Come on.
Joe, I just want to say, listening to your play-by-play is great. Pretty, pretty good to hear. I feel like I'm at the horse race.
Yeah. It's funny you say that. That's what I used to always get when I used to do rooms. That people used to tell me I feel like I'm at the horse race. I get on the horse. Come on, especially because I'm more short term, and I'm a little excitable. So I get into it. I try.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Killing the time I'm driving right now, so I'm just enjoying second
I'm
by
glad.
second.
What am I here to amuse you now? I'm only joking. Come on, break this 519. Fuck are you doing, JP Morgan? Where you going right now? My runners are down a little bit. I haven't even paid attention to that. I got into these fucking 510s. Stay under the 41 cents. VIX back to 1920. $19.17. And that fucking 9 in the 200 there on the 15-minute, a fucking a penny. 67, 66. Gotta stay under the 41. Go up there. Pull that fucking 9 through the 200 day. Continuation to the downside. We get above 519.69. I no like. There we go. We're above the 41 cents. Reject here. Even though we got fucking 9 minutes, 9.5 minutes left. VIX back down to 1915. 1918 just popped too. It's another thing I don't like. The VIX gapped up
Oh,
today.
this is gonna reject, bro. I'm fairly positive we get the rejection and go ahead and test the lows on the Qs.
What price did you say rejection at, Kev?
Man, I didn't say a price. I
Oh, I
just
thought
said
you.
no. I didn't say a price. I just said I'm fairly sure we get the rejection on the Qs
Yeah.
and go test the lows. Yeah, I'm just basing on the last three closes. 15-minute time frame. You got four green candles with decent volume. I mean, I said four red candles with decent volume.
Yeah.
And the last candle close to me was a significant close because it was increased volume from the previous.
Yeah.
So to me, I think a test of the low is incoming. However long it takes to happen, I'm not sure, but I bought enough time to not have to worry about that.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you on that. Yeah, I like human nature, immediate gratification.
Indeed.
My dry skin and shit. What do you? Unless from my fucking rubbing my beard and stuff. Cream. What do you got?
I don't know if you guys caught it before, but Corey H pattern's playing out. Increased volume on the down spike. It's pretty weak.
No, I didn't take the trade, but if you took the trade, yeah, that's awesome, bro. I'm liking that it's playing out for you. How did you play it?
I took it for tomorrow. I think I have. I can't remember what my strike was. I think it was like 110. Yeah, 110 for tomorrow. I only did a small position. I was going to add to it, but I had to go run some errands. So I'll just watch it. Basically, I took enough of a position that if it blows up while I'm out, it's not going to be the end of the world for me.
All right. So I'm gonna leave you off with this. Be careful. Short term. I see 521.05. I'm gonna go get some lunch with my wife, go pick up my son, and I'll be back in a little while. Be safe and enjoy.
All right, no, I appreciate you, bro. With that,
And
we'll go ahead
remember
and end
that.
the space.
Remember, keep an eye on that Trixie at that $19 range. I I once again, it's just my opinion. I do feel like we're gonna see 1955 today. Uh, but anything is possible. And I am to the downside right now. So let's go. Play out this fucking H pattern, but I do feel like we're gonna come back to this 521.05. Good luck. God bless America. Hee haw.
Very fast improvement, and that improvement accelerates with every new, you know, trend or new technology. So this is the fastest by far, but it still takes a lot of time before the whole economy has been changed to the new technology. So um, I had an internet connection 1995, at least could have been 1994. I'm not sure, but very early on. Um, Only 5 years later, I started to see people who had an internet connection, and it was like, a bit more broadly, but still like maybe 20-25% of the people. So it takes it takes a lot of time, and then it was like 2009, 2010 before the first SaaS companies sprang up. So we're not there yet, and I think that there will be a lot of winners from this AI trend that we don't see, that probably don't even exist yet, and will be huge beneficiaries. So about the deflation, that the period, I think, over which a transition um, takes place is long enough, I think, and I hope, um, to not have deflation. So there will be deflationary pressure. I'm pretty sure about that one too. So I agree to a certain extent there, and we have actually seen that with the internet as well. Of course, people, the real breaking point there was 2008, 2009, uh, the financial crisis. But afterwards, you saw that. The Fed wanted 2% inflation each year, and it was very hard to get that, and that was because of the internet. I think that was because of SaaS platforms and other internet related efficiencies. And I think we will see the same thing now with AI. So it will be a slower transition. There will be deflationary pressures indeed. I'm indeed not that worried about inflation, but more about deflation. Although I think it won't be a huge problem, because the implementation of the new technology often takes years and years and years. We still have, like, all technology today that doesn't work on the internet yet. Um, you know, of course, most of the things do by now, but there's still room for new connections to the internet, and I think it will be the same thing here. It will go slower than most people think.
Shai, I want to bring you into the conversation and get some thoughts on some of the pieces that have been talked about. Of course, the numbers last night and with the tariff news. I'm curious on how you're reacting towards all this.
Yeah. Sorry, Jordan, you were rugging for me a bit, but I think I got the gist of it. I think, I mean, NVIDIA's earnings, again, I think people are just a little confused of what NVIDIA is kind of becoming. Everyone kind of everyone talks about the hardware side of their business a lot. That takes a lot of the weight of what NVIDIA is, but really they're not that anymore. They've evolved past that. And the bear argument has always been for NVIDIA, pricing power on their GPUs are eventually going to diminish. That's maybe going to result in low 60% gross margins, and their earnings are going to erode in the meantime because of that. Again, very valid, but I do believe that if you looked at yesterday's earnings report, they're showing signs that they're a systems play now, and specifically on their networking revenue. That was the biggest wow to me, where estimates were 3.5 bill. They came in at $5 billion. That's not just a casual $1.5 billion beat. Sure, it is just like a little over a billion of upside, but really it's a 50% beat. And that's also indicating where the next bottleneck is going to become in this new tech stack or in this new stage of AI. And it's all inference. Like, this is an absolute regime change that the market really hasn't priced in yet, because they're just, it's not their fault, but like there's a lot of FUD right now associated with NVIDIA due to the H20 mess, them being used as a political pawn in this cold compute war that's out of their hands. Like, they're doing everything they can. Jensen's doing everything he can in his control of just going on that world press tour. And he went in the Middle East. They landed a ton of deals. I think they're going to Europe next week. There's probably more deals down the line next week. That's similar to Middle East. Like he's doing a lot of, they're accelerating their international path on deleveraging themselves from China, but China's still a heavy component of their business. But either way, I do think that inference isn't a tail end workload anymore. It's actually becoming the default mode of AI, and the physical infrastructure of that shifts all the way back to one conclusion, that this is not a hardware company anymore. It's all about the pipes, the fabric, the connected tissue. And right now, NVIDIA owns all of that. And there's a lot of sympathy plays you can get from yesterday's earnings report where, fine, their networking revenue just clearly beat with ease. Who's that going to benefit? How's that impact going to spill out to the rest of the ecosystem? And once the market wakes up to the inference at scale narrative that I'm just talking about right now, it doesn't just re-rate NVIDIA, it re-rates a lot of other companies within that same stack. Let's start with Broadcom. A lot of people, like if you want to talk about NVIDIA being the GPU engine, Broadcom is often overlooked because it's powering the plumbing behind all these AI workloads with all the hyperscalers. Meta, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, even Apple Silicon, like they are essentially plumbing all that high-speed networking. So if NVIDIA is a GPU engine, like Broadcom is the glue holding all the hyperscaler infrastructure, AI infra together. So that's a big sympathy play read through. I think they're reporting earnings next week. On Thursday, I anticipate it being really strong after seeing the NVIDIA's prints. I also have a moonshot position where I think that this is the one that was violently discounted in the past 2 months, especially after the really strong earnings. It was Astera Labs, ticker ALAB. I think they are one of the more misunderstood companies within the semiconductor ecosystem because they are in a way competing with NVIDIA, but NVIDIA a couple weeks ago made an announcement through with their NVLink. They're partnering up with Astera Labs. So essentially that's giving the sign that there's potential conflict here, but we're not going to get greedy. We're going to accelerate this NVLink fusion that we're trying to do that they announced last week on Compute X. In order to do that, we're going to have to partner up with a potential competitor because they have something that we need to accelerate our vision. Because when inference becomes the primary driver of compute, which again, I do believe we're in the early innings of that, but we're seeing signs of it yesterday from NVIDIA's earnings report that it's happening, that it's going to become not just an isolated inference, like it's going to be consistent and permanent because everything's going to be agent driven, everything's going to be multi-module reasoning going forward, and you just don't need better chips. Hardware is like fine, you need the best hardware, but to be honest, like you can probably do just well enough with competitors, but you really need better bridges. You need those memory lanes, those lower latency interconnects that can make these like custom fitted chips to rack scale deployments. And that latency is what going to be so important going forward. And it's actually under discussed. Like that's one of the reasons why I love Cloudflare, especially the product, because it reduces latencies on the edge without having to rely on the hyperscalers. And I think in this agentic AI world we're entering, latency is so freaking important. And Astera Labs is essentially solving that on the GPU side. So I think that Astera Labs is a really interesting play, and I think as we ramp up inference workloads, it doesn't just really validate NVIDIA. The easy read through is Broadcom, but also it does crystallize the bull case for Astera Labs because you no longer need GPU horsepower. Like you need something a lot stronger, and they are solving a bottleneck issue that really hasn't come to light, but it's going to at the rate it's heading towards. And they're really the enablers of this next stage of the AI. So that's my thoughts on NVIDIA. I think again, NVIDIA. Another. I think you guys all spoke probably to it more because I hopped on late, but really strong print. I think the narrative is that China, they're building past China. China is in the past for them, and they're doing just fine without it. I'm a little sick of the China FUD already. I think that I've been very open about China is not going to derail NVIDIA the way that a lot of people anticipate. Yes, the hit's real. There's clearly an $8 billion drag from the H20 export ban that's going to hit next quarter, but they would have easily beat in a environment where there wasn't a high stakes poker game. And I think that's really important to also realize, especially when they got it to 28 billion for Q2. And I think that was in line with the sell side, but that was 2 billion ahead of where buy side was modeling. That's huge because that's factoring in China, the China impact. So it would have been an easy beat on their end. So I think that the narrative that Huawei is going to catch up. The export control is going to cripple their growth. They're going to create some kind of CUDA competitor, Blackwell competitor. I think it's just, I roll my eyes because I think if it was that simple, I think Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, all those hyperscalers with essentially endless R&D budget would have done so already. And now the narrative is like, oh, somehow the China is supposed to do that under sanctions, locked out of TSM and ASML. I call BS. That's just no way that's going to happen. So I think that that China narrative is absolute FUD, and Nvidia is going to survive without China. And it's all about how, to be honest, it's how long the market's actually going to keep pretending that China's even in the race because they're not in the race. Regarding the one other name I want to talk about is CRM, because I've been getting a lot of questions on why CRM was red after their earnings report, and I think it's important to highlight a couple key features on why Salesforce is probably not reacting according to the numbers. So the AI tsunami I constantly reference, I think it's going to hit up the CRM space specifically hard, and I think there's not going to kill everyone in that space, but I think there's going to be probably two or three survivors in that space. It's probably going to be Salesforce. It's probably going to be HubSpot, and it's probably going to be some mid-market player. And I think Monday.com is probably going to be that person, that company. But it's going to be a tough narrative for them, for a lot of these companies to kind of get around in the near term or even the medium term. And Salesforce is a great example of that, where they beat the top line. That was like not the issue with Salesforce. It's just their margins. Like when you have a narrative that something's going to cannibalize your business, the first place you need to look at is margins because that's where pricing power lives. And if those margins continue missing, doesn't matter what the top line growth is, it's indicating to me specifically that you kind of are undercutting yourself a bit to maintain that top line growth. And that right there is a tell to me that you don't really have a defensible moat as much as a lot of people think. So I think that yes, their agent force is gaining adoption. I love to see that. I think it crossed 100 million ARR, and I think their data cloud business also is like kind of growing like bonkers triple digits. But their core business is getting cannibalized right now, which is their service cloud and sales business. I think it's like 6 or 7% growth, and I think there's going to be minimal margin upside correlated with that. And I think that that also is contributing to a weak RPO guide, which the market did not, remaining pricing obligation guide, which the market didn't like as well. So I think it was like a good quarter. It just wasn't enough to buck the narrative of AI might be cannibalizing them. And they've also proven to me for over a decade that they can't organically grow. They have to acquire via BI tools. I think that worked in the early days of cloud because that was their vehicle to sell the platformization narrative, and it worked. But I don't think you can do that going forward in an agentic AI world when intelligence is going to replace so many different products out there. You can't just acquire your way out of that. You kind of have to get more creative than your internal AI flywheel to re-accelerate growth on your own. And I just don't know if they're capable of that. Mike, I'll pass it to you. Oh, and Tanner, I don't know which one you guys had, but I'll pass it to either.
Yeah, that was a
Well,
really
maybe
solid breakdown. Sean. We can...
could I just jump in for 10 seconds? When you say that China is not in the game, I can only agree because I asked that at ASML as well when I was at the headquarters there. They said that in China they had a DUV, so DUV, not the previous generation machine copied in China 15 years ago, and they can still not make it work at industrial levels right now. EUV, which you need for the highest quality chips like NVIDIA makes, EUV is 100 times more complex than DUV. So if they cannot make DUV work, how would you think they would make EUV work So how do you think they would compete with NVIDIA? I think I say the same thing. It's it's bullshit.
Yeah, amazing breakdown, guys. We'll go to options, Mike. I know we got a few hands, and then we'll go over to Tanner. But options, Mike, you got any thoughts on what was just said?
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna start off with CRM. I don't agree with the margins, but they really started dropping when they said that their newest acquisition that they just spent $8 billion on was not going to be until the first half of 2027. And I think that raised eyebrows. That is this deal going to go through? Is they think they're going to face huge hurdles to get into that? I think that was part of the problem there with CRM, and I think that also just fueled that fire. But otherwise, I thought it was a good quarter. I thought their guidance was good. Their guidance was definitely good. NVIDIA, God, where do I start? You guys talk so much. I used to be in sales, and whenever you hear total cost of ownership, the back of my neck, hair goes in the back of my neck, because that's a way that most people, hold on a second. 1 sec, sorry.
No worries. Mike's got to handle the dogs there.
Okay,
that voice
there we go.
isolation
Sorry.
works pretty good, I will say.
Sorry
No
about
worries, you're
that.
good.
I was like, he was trying to take off the Amazon's head, driver's head at the door. That always worries me because that's a way of trying to validate yourself. Now, I don't think that there's anything wrong with NVIDIA's report. In fact, I thought it was a really good report. I think their margins, they think they can get back to the mid 70s in the second half of the year. I question whether they can do that, but I will tell you what, their sales tell me that, right now they can still charge whatever they want for those Blackwell chips, which is driving their, basically driving their profits. I was surprised that gaming was up so much, actually, because they've been absolutely destroyed in the gaming market. Most gamers are just done with them. They've moved to AMD at this point after this latest release of their chips. In terms of the streamers, anyway, they just had enough of NVIDIA, at least on this generation. So that was a little bit of a surprise for me there. I don't know, China. I mean, I thought Jensen was interesting. Jensen didn't do anything for the first 30 minutes. We had the CFO come on, and it was a very scripted, rah type of conference call. And then Jensen came on, and he just made a statement. And he basically said that they're done with China. They're done trying to work in China and make this work. They're not putting any more resources towards it unless there's something changes. And that was a message to the administration. I think that was a clear message to the administration that, unless you change, we're going to be done here. We're not playing this game anymore. We have better things to do. That said, the price action today is indicating that the market's not really overly in love with NVIDIA's earnings. Well, it's still up a little bit. It's only up about, what, $2 now off the close from yesterday? So, it never actually got above the implied move. So, the market didn't knock it out of the park on this one. It didn't really love it. The other company nobody's talking about, which I kind of laughed at, is AI, who I think is a scam company, but they actually had a good report. They guided up. They don't make enough money. And that's, I think, I don't know how much AI they actually do, but they hit the buzzwords, and, we're going to have our piece of the Anthropic market. We're going to have, there's a $30 billion market by 2030. I'm like, 30 billion? I thought it was a lot more than that, but they're going to have their piece of that. That said, they only do $120 million, $110 million in revenue. So how big can you be in AI? So overall, I thought NVIDIA was good. I don't think it was a blowout report. I think it was very good. I think the door is open for inference for companies like AMD and Avgo and others to come in and take some of that from NVIDIA. That's the place. If you're AMD, that's where you're putting your money right now. That's where you got to go.
Yeah, agreed. Really great breakdown. I know, Tanner, you had your hand up. Do you got any thoughts on NVIDIA earnings and just everything going on with the tariffs and just this whole market entirely?
Yeah, just a few thoughts. Honestly, I think most of the people here have mimicked my opinions of the quarter. It was obviously great. I'm a large shareholder in the company. It's my largest position. I don't agree that they're sort of trying to get past China. I felt like the entire call was a message to the administration. They said a quote here. I won't read off the entire thing, but Jensen said that the U.S. has based its policy on the assumption that China cannot make AI chips. That assumption was always questionable, and now it's clearly wrong. China has enormous manufacturing capabilities, and in the end, the platform that wins AI developers wins AI. Export controls should strengthen US platforms, not drive half of the world's AI talent to rivals. Although, the 910C Ascend chips don't line up to even potentially the H20 chips that they had before, there's still a question that China could catch up. I think that we've seen that in green energy, 5G, electric vehicles, right? So there's always a concern that they can sort of come back. And I'm a big believer, just like what Jensen said, like, if you can funnel more money to the United States, I think that's actually more securing their lead, not making it worse off for them, right? If there's a $50 billion addressable market, that means more American jobs, more taxes, more money to go back into research and development. I don't agree with the full ban. I think that, potentially let China take all the Hopper GPUs that they want, keep Blackwell for the Americans and other nations that they want to support. I think maybe something along those lines might work, but that's just my opinion. Lastly, the comments about AMD dominating in gaming, that's a first for me. I've not seen anything like that. We don't see that in the numbers. I don't see that in comments. But that's
I'm
maybe it's
sorry,
more-
dominating with the streamers, the people who are reviewers. The reviewers have thrown their heads up with NVIDIA and said, we're done with you. You're lying to us, and they are backing NVIDIA, AMD right now. And we'll see how that plays out. My understanding is AMD may grow back from, they were down to about a 6% share. They might get to 10 to 12% after this GPU launch, which is a significant increase for them.
For them, not NVIDIA, though.
I think the 50 series has definitely let a lot of people down in terms of the numbers that they showed off versus the actual performance. But the 40 series was a cracking success. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, those are all my comments.
I read
like a Prince. You can go for it.
Sorry, I read the NVIDIA Way, the book. Really great book, by the way. And NVIDIA has a very long tradition of, disappointing streamers and other internet personalities. So it's always like, oh, they disappoint them, and then the next generation they're like, oh my god, this is so good. So this is a long-standing pattern, actually.
The difference is this time AMD's chips, while they don't compete against the 5090 and the 5080, they are eating NVIDIA's lunch at the mid-level. They are price performance is better. That's the difference this time.
Oh yeah, but that has been the case in the past as well. So it's usually been an AMD NVIDIA thing, and in the last decade.
Well, and again, if you're NVIDIA, do you care anymore? You're making money hand over fist in AI with these servers. You probably don't care.
I was gonna say gaming is literally mid-single digits percentage of their revenue now for NVIDIA. So I think that's they could care less. They have bigger fish to get.
Yeah. Interesting thoughts from the panel. I wanted to make sure we shout out Big Earnings Hub, that if you guys are not using Earnings Hub, and we're talking about it, I mean, every single week, you guys need to get on there. I personally did not listen to the NVIDIA earnings call, but that's okay because I can just go on here, read the AI summary, and get a great description of what happened last night. So make sure you guys are on Earnings Hub. Take advantage. That link is directly up top. Evan threw it up top for everybody. So take advantage, get on there. We're all using it every single day. I don't think this tab really ever closes from my computer. So take advantage of what is on there. But Evan, I actually wanted to bring you in and see if you had any thoughts. I know you were trying to get in the conversation there. Did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to talk about in economics, there's this resource curse thing that, when economy has one thing that's overpowering everything, they start to focus on it. Everything else kind of underlying takes a little bit of a hit. And, when that initial resource gets taken away that you kind of blew up on, what then? It's kind of why you see the United, all these Middle Eastern countries trying to diversify away from oil. It's kind of that concept. And when you're looking at the gaming industry, it's a big deal for AMD to get those couple percentage points, but it literally does not matter for NVIDIA. So NVIDIA just can't spend the time on that when the data center opportunity is so large. So that's going to happen. And maybe that's the way AMD attacks this, is trying to kind of take in those other industries that still need a lot of compute that's not on the bleeding edge of it. There's definitely a market for that. I wonder if there's also, if I think we've talked about the Osborne effect and how NVIDIA's pace is moving so fast. Like, what happens to the previous generation? What happens to the previous generation? Maybe there's a way to optimize those chips to compete in these other ways. I can't tell you for sure, but that's definitely something that NVIDIA is going to have to just naturally give up with us. And maybe that's what
Yeah,
AMD
I agree.
attacks.
Yeah, I mean, it
I'm
kind of
excited.
seems like for a while we were in the camp of like, I don't know, at least for me, I was in the camp of, it's one or the other. Whereas now it's kind of becoming like, hey, there's moat for both ideas here, and I don't know, it kind of makes me second guess when, I was selling all those AMD shares back and taking those profits. But yeah, some interesting thoughts. Emp, you got any takes on what's happening?
I mean, everything that we heard on the call last night, and then when I was going back, of course, shout out to Earnings Hub, like you were saying, I was kind of reading some of the AI summary, just to if there was anything I missed. But hearing Jensen talk about just how big AI, like it seems like every time I hear him talk or Elon, and part of me wants to be like, okay, are they selling me a dream here? But the expectations just keep growing, and they're not going anywhere. Like when you think about the robotic side of things, they were talking about the like industrial applications last night. That part really interested me. The only thing, and Tanner kind of hinted at this a little bit, and I'd love to hear anyone's thought on it. The whole China thing, if there was a bad thing, they basically, Nvidia said we have no plan for China right now. If there's any black eye from the report at all, which obviously the market rewarded the report, so I think they liked it for the most part. If there's one negative, it was we have no plan for China right now, and that will be interesting to watch develop. And obviously, a lot of moving parts there, but I just wonder what are they going to actually do with the entire China situation, because that, I mean, that's a lot of revenue when you think about it. And yeah, they can write it off once, but if they don't have a plan going forward, that was probably the only piece that stuck out to me as like, okay, if there's one bad thing, I mean, obviously there can be a thousand good things, right? But if there was just one negative thing, that was the only thing I really picked up. I loved everything else about the report. Tanner, did you have any thoughts around that piece of it?
Well, I mean, the way I'm sort of looking at it is it feels like the worst of simply not dealing with China at all. We have no plans. That's as bad as it gets. So essentially, the way that I'm looking at it is I hope that there's some sort of reversal of course. I don't know. Call it a taco trade if you want, but that you know the administration does allow Nvidia to potentially sell into China because it's such a massive market. I think that they'll be a part of artificial intelligence regardless, and you definitely wouldn't want them trying to build their own things or using their own libraries or anything along those lines. At least my opinion, but also that comes from a very biased opinion because I would be rewarded financially. So I actually was going to ask that question to you guys: is where do you think that we should stand in terms of selling into China? Is it national security, or is everyone eventually going to get their hands on frontier models and we're just going to have to get used to that?
I can start off that question first. I mean, I'm fully against what's happening right now. I'm part of that camp where I think this is not a good situation for America as a whole, because you don't really win the AI race by rationing compute like it's a commodity. A great example I always say is like right now the pawn that's being used, which is Nvidia, because of the king of compute, like it's being treated like it's oil in the 70s and like a commodity, and you don't win a race by rationing out something like compute. You win it by unleashing it really fast at scale like they've been and with our trusted allies. However, if you bog our allies down with like licensing paperwork or like red tape bureaucracy while Beijing offers these turnkey AI infrastructure solutions, like we're essentially opening the door for potential competition down the line, even though I don't think they can get there because they're essentially locked out of the ASML and TSM uh, house, which is requirements for to build up your AI stack. I just think it opens the door. So I'm not a big fan of that as well. And regarding like China specifically, I probably was a little offsides when I said that they're building past China. I just think that you heard like the commentary where the center of like their center of focus internationally has moved totally away from China, and it's going not east but actually more inward on the other nations, US, Europe, Middle East. Like they're not waiting, they're emphasizing on those regions rather than just like hopefully that the US and China will figure out their spiel. But I think that's, you saw this yesterday, that even though there was a massive hit on, like China was a major drag on their business, I think you saw how quickly that vacuum got filled with demand. And that was really encouraging to see, because it's showing me, and I think it's showing a lot of people, that even if this maintains and it's going to be a big drag, a bruise, a black eye, there's enough demand that's going to fulfill um, that window. And yeah, I mean, I'm against it. Like, long-winded story is like, I'm against it. It opens the door for potential competition, even though I don't think it'll get there. It goes from like 100%, 99% chance of no competition to, I don't know, maybe 95% chance.
Well, I don't think that the competition will be, you know, the AI chip, it's or NVIDIA chip competition directly. What you will see is what we have already seen is like more efficiency in the software, like with DeepSeek, we have seen that, and I think that they will build workarounds that they cannot, they will not be able to have those, high end chips. I don't believe that, but they can work around this, smart enough to have workarounds, and that's what will happen, I think. And it would not happen if there would be like, inflows into China, like the H20s, for example. um but I don't believe in the fact that you can stop an evolution of a country. You can maybe, in the best case, and that's probably what they hope, you can maybe slow it down, and maybe enough so that you have a big advantage. But I think that it will lead to more efficiency. If you look at companies, it's the same thing. So companies that have fewer financial resources are often much more efficient, and find solutions that the companies with tons of money don't find, because they have to be, they're money constricted, and that is a great place to for creativity to bubble up. So I'm more worried about much more efficiencies with lower level chips than the chips themselves, which are a commodity in a way. So yeah, I don't think it's the best approach.
Yeah, some great thoughts there. Kimmy, I know we got you on stage as well. I wanted to get your thoughts on some of the pieces that have been talked about. And of course, we got big Costco earnings, which I know is your favorite stock. I'd love to hear any thoughts you have going into that for tonight. But yeah, you got any thoughts on the pieces that were mentioned?
Yeah, sorry, I cut out for a little while. Spaces has been
No
really glitchy,
worries.
so I
You
didn't
know
hear all of
X.
it, but I
It's
did.
X is
I know,
glitchy.
right? But I did hear you say Costco, and Emp knows that is my favorite company. What I'm going to be really interested in hearing, because, they're one of the biggest retailers in the world, is how, if they mention tariffs or the uncertainty with the tariffs, and how they expect that to hit their bottom line. I think they've pushed, not getting political. This isn't a political statement, but they pushed back on the administration regarding some of the DEI and other things. So they haven't been afraid, at least from what I've seen, to state like how Amazon and Walmart kind of retract their statements about tariffs and how it was going to affect their pricing, and their bottom line. I don't know that Costco will be as afraid to mention that. So that's where my ears are going to be, is do they mention the uncertainty and how that's going to affect their business moving forward? I don't think that they'll guide down, because they just have a lot more pricing power. because my guess is they're going to have, not guess, but my conclusion is that they will try to get the vendors to take a lot of the hits, and they're able to do that obviously more than smaller retailers, right? They'll probably get the
Hey,
vendors
Kimmy,
to eat. Yeah.
can I? Costco came out and said they only get 30% of their goods international. The rest of it's here, and they're very unaffected by the tariffs in general.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen mixed things on that, but I am in the Pacific Northwest, and that's where the Kirkland brand, signature brand, their private label, was named after Kirkland, Washington here, because that's where their not their original headquarters, but where they moved the second time to their headquarters. That's where they were out of. That's why they named it Kirkland Signature. So I do agree, because a lot of that is domestic. But I just think that they're going to be, I think, more transparent about, and maybe less willing to worry about what the administration is thinking, and be able to say more how they think it'll affect them. I've seen mixed reviews on what comes out of China and what's domestically, because I was looking that up. I don't know, 30% seems really low, but they do try to buy a lot more domestically. I do know that. And the Kirkland Signature brand helps them to do that.
Yeah, gonna be interesting how they handle things. Now they're looking for $63.1 billion revenue, and then EPS of $4.23, and that's coming out at 4.15 after the close today. So we'll be watching that. We got other names as well, Dell, Marvell. I wonder, Shai, did you have any thoughts on what might be happening for Marvell, or yeah, not really interested in that?
No, I mean, I definitely tracked it because I think with their correlation with Tranium. But I think Marvell's going through a troubling time. Just look at their chart. It's not the best situation for them, because I think one of their biggest growth drivers is clearly the custom silicon chips from the hyperscalers, specifically Amazon. Like that was like a big tailwind for them for the past year. So I think that they should realize some kind of significant ramp up in their data center sales, is my guess today. I think their XPU sales should continue to scale as well beyond this year, and I do think that it is probably mispriced a bit going forward because of this pullback it's experienced. Who knows why that specific pullback it is? Because just I want to say last week they announced a partnership with NVIDIA to offer the NVIDIA NVLink Fusion, the similar tailwind that I just said about Astera Labs. Like Marvell gets that as well. They did sign like a 5-year agreement with the AWS to supply them the similar custom products for their to build out their facilities. So like I do think that it's getting hit because of maybe customer concentration risk. But if you believe, like I do, that a large portion of the AI workloads will be executed in the cloud, uh, I, I have a hard time believing that Marvell won't be one of the major beneficiaries off that, especially with their relationship that they have with AWS. I do think that, what was I going to say? The bear case is that the international side of Marvell's market is not doing well, and I think it's going to have the largest impact internationally. That's where the paralysis is being had right now on this tariff war. So I think the consumer market is probably going to be struggling a bit for Marvell, but despite like Marvell's price action in the past like couple months, I do think it's kind of being priced favorably entering this print. You have to ask yourself like what variables are not being priced into the stock after entering their earnings. I think there's a lot of FUD that's being priced in. So I do think that this would be a name probably from upside surprise, especially seeing the networking numbers come through from NVIDIA. But I don't follow it too closely because I just feel like it's a bit repetitive to own Astera Labs and Marvell. And I think Astera Labs solution is much more towards solving that bottleneck that's going to come to light in the agentic AI world we're about to enter. Where Marvell, it's a higher floor, but I think a much lower ceiling than Astera Labs.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a great breakdown. I know we got Hamid up on stage as well. Hamid, how we doing? Good
Hey guys,
afternoon.
I'm good. I've been like running around and still between meetings. I'm like driving to my next meeting. So sorry I'm late. But I have a question for Shai actually. Like Shai, I know you've been like studying NVIDIA and the AI sort of sector quite a bit, obviously. Um, and I'm sure you've checked out SMCI at one point, and you may have even talked about this extensively. But I don't know what your thoughts are on SMCI, and would love to get a quick recap of where you are on that company. Just curious.
Is this a position of yours? So I can talk a little, maybe not as aggressive, because I'm a big bear.
Yeah, no, I mean, what's funny is that
Don't hurt his feelings, Shy. Come on.
no. I first of all, I don't mind people challenging me on stuff, so that's totally okay. And I built a position in it before knowing that they were accused of accounting issues, and Ernst and Young resigned as their auditor. So that was a huge red flag, obviously. But then I started to do a lot more homework and realized that the demand for their products appears to be real. Um, and like they're the core reason why Elon Musk was able to like build a 100,000 GPU data center in 122 days. So you know the accounting issues have to do more with whether or not they're recognizing revenue too early, or you know, like they haven't shipped products and they're recognizing revenue for it, that sort of thing. Which, you know, Dell has been accused of that sort of thing too before, many years ago, but it's not uncommon in the hardware world. But I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are in terms of like their product line, the demand for their products, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I do think that I'm all about moats. You guys all know Mr. Moat over here. I do think what they SMCI offers is a commodity. So I'm gonna exclude the fraud, accounting fraud narrative, because I feel like it's pretty known. But let's just talk business execution. I think that they had a first mover advantage in what they did a couple years ago. I think it was middle of 2023, maybe end of 2022. That was like when they're just printing top line growth, and their like margins were like 19-20%. That's when Dell, HP, like they were like, all right, well, there's a low barrier of entry into the server side of the business. Like we can offer something similar solution. SMCI was always, their whole spiel was go to market was the quickest, and they was able to get there quickly, and they capitalize first mover advantage. However, they have, from people I've spoken to in the space, it's really poor customer service, really poor. It's a lot of it's a huge headache to have SMC as a partner rather than a Dell and an HP. And then just looking at pricing power again, like going to gross margins, like that's when you can see, like I mentioned, Salesforce, like just look at the margins. Like if it continues declining, that's telling me that they don't really have defensible moat right now in this AI theme. SMCI, after their first mover advantage went away in 2022, 19% gross margins, they they're reporting, what was it, 9% gross margins now. That has been a slow drag the past 2 years because they've had to underprice themselves in order to maintain a top line growth. And at a certain point, the way you make money as a shareholder, I know you know this, Hamid, but I wonder, everyone telling everyone else, like, it's margin expansion. That's kind of the name of the game. And I do think SMCI will capitalize on this AI thematic, especially this data center renaissance you're seeing in the Middle East and everywhere around the world. But I don't think it's going to lead to margin expansion, and I do believe that they're consistently going to have to pay heavy research and development spend. I think it was 25% of their um, revenue last time I checked. And I do think that the AI server demand is actually only supposed to be growing in the low teens for the next, like, rest of the decade. Again, don't quote me, but I think it's not that much of a growth rate. And I do think that their business is like, it's fine, but it's not a competitive advantage. It's a commodity, and it's a crowded space with low margins. Doesn't matter how much you scale. If you have less than 10% gross margins, it's really difficult to compound or outperform the market.
Love your analysis. I appreciate that update. Thank you. I do have to run, guys, so I'm going to apologize and bow out, but I'm running into another lunch meeting. Bye, guys.
No worries, Hamid. We appreciate you and everything you're
You
doing with
sent him
Earnings Hub.
away, Shy, with that.
I know, Shy, you scared him.
I got him into Rock Lab under $5, so I think I can like make him a little thorny.
No, great stuff. And just a reminder for the audience, make sure you guys are taking advantage of Earnings Hub. Hamid, if you don't know, Hamid is the guy behind the scenes there at Earnings Hub, and he's doing a lot for us to make sure the platform's flawless. So just
Sky,
appreciate
can I
Hamid and
ask
everything he's doing. Yeah, go for it.
can I ask your thoughts around Dell this afternoon, and kind of where you're at on Dell as a whole?
Oh, me specifically?
Yeah, I don't, what are your thoughts around Dell? I mean, you know this space a lot better than I do, so I was just curious when it comes to building all this stuff out. I mean, it seems like Dell's been the winner, but when I look at the momentum, I mean, they've nice move off the lows here, but I don't see like continued momentum here. What's your outlook on Dell?
Well, HP had a really weak earnings yesterday, so I don't think too much on Dell is going to happen today. I don't follow it too much because I always call it that's one of the grandpa buckets. It's just one of those huge companies that's going to be around for a while, and I do think they're undervalued. If you look at their like fundamentals, like it is very cheap, and I do believe there's going to be a renaissance on a lot of these kind of products going forward because everything's going to be infused with AI. And I think that Dell, for example, is going to be able to benefit off that. And right now they're trading at 12 times earnings. And they're supposed to be growing their top line 8% top line with uh minimal margins. Again, it's a very low margin business. Like their margins are 23%, for example. I just said SMCI is less than 10%. So they have twice the margins as SMCI has. And yes, they don't have the top line growth, but they've been 20% plus gross margins for a while. And they're not just a server side of the business. Like they do a lot elsewhere, but I don't think it's going to have too much of a great print because of what um, HP's earnings were yesterday. But again, I don't follow the space too closely. But sorry, I wish I could be more helpful, but it's just one of those names I haven't checked in a while. But it's
Yeah, I was just curious because, like, from the reports, it sounds like they're kind of a winner. And if anybody, like, as you say, kind of like the grandpa bucket, if anybody has a chance at a renaissance, it seems like Dell would be one of the front runners there. And I was just curious, Chris, did you have any thoughts around Dell?
Yeah, well, I actually totally agree, and I think that I will repeat the words that Shai said. It's a commodity, and that's a problem. So HP and Dell and SMCI, they all compete for the same thing, and margins are not that high. And yes, they will probably have a tailwind, and I agree that the stock is cheap now. So for a shorter term period, it might make sense to take a position maybe, but I don't see those kind of companies as long term winners because that market is so competitive that you go to the cheapest with more or less okay customer service. So yeah, I'm not really bullish on overall. Maybe good for grandpas indeed.
Great stuff from the crew. We really appreciate all the thoughts, and just a reminder for the audience: take advantage of what you're getting on Earnings Hub. Just go to earningshub.com. You guys can go and check out all the AI analysis from all the past earnings that we've had, and then of course you guys can listen to the earnings calls live as well. We got Marvell, Dell, Costco all tonight. Some other names as well, Ulta, that I don't think people care about as much. But you guys can listen directly right on Earnings Hub, all these earnings calls live. So just make sure you're taking advantage of that and all the analyst reviews. There's so much value on here. So just wanted to make sure we're throwing that out there. But Evan, do you have any kind of wrapping up thoughts for the crew here? I wanted to bring you in just see if you had any other thoughts towards the end here.
No, I appreciate everyone. Make sure you're following the speakers. Great chat. Shout out to the squad.
Phenomenal chat. Yeah, make sure you guys are following all the amazing speakers on the panel here. Shai, we appreciate you. All the amazing thoughts, brother. I know you're always getting asked questions, but we appreciate all the thoughts you have and all the analysis. You're a smart guy, and people are fun and value. So we love it. We appreciate everybody. Kimmy, love having you on. Appreciate you. Chris, we appreciate you coming on as well. All the people. We're going to keep the live trading going, though, throughout the rest of the day. So if the audience wants to stick around, feel free. We are going to stay live. But I think we're going to check out some of the earnings stuff tonight as well. And I'll be on there. I'm actually going to earnings call tonight for the first time in a while. I don't really listen to the earnings calls. I know, Evan, you're on there all the time. But I'll listen in tonight. We'll listen to Costco, see what's happening there. I like to do the AI analysis and save time, but that's just me. Amp, you got any closing thoughts for the earnings?
All right, everybody. Power Hour. So we're kicking off power hour here. It's just approaching 3 o'clock. And the major indices took a pretty nasty sell-off, but I do think that there's some constructive bullish accumulation potentially occurring. This inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute SPY chart has been developing for quite some time now, and you can clearly see that it hasn't triggered, it hasn't broken out yet. If we simply remove this little inverse head and shoulders pattern, there's a little bit of a trend line breakout that occurred if you draw from this high pivot through to here. And you can clearly see we've almost back tested this area here. So one could argue that we have broken out of this inverse head and shoulders to some degree. Now, if we draw the trend line from here, this high pivot, then you can clearly see we haven't broken out of that little inverse head and shoulders. But if we do break out of that inverse head and shoulders, the upside target is actually a little bit higher, pushing us to about 593.80. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. I like the S&P 500 right now. It did fill that technical gap. Obviously, the markets have sold off and been under the pressure, but the indice, the IWM that was lagging throughout the majority of the session, has actually turned the corner and is now leading the charge to the upside. So I like the fact that risk assets are being accumulated here. I like the fact that on this SPY 15-minute chart, you're holding this upsloping trend line from all these major pivots. You pierced it here, but never truly broke down from that key zone. Bitcoin's been under a little bit of pressure. Obviously, SPY's trading under pre-market low 589.06, but it is green on the session. Semiconductors have been hit a little bit through some news with SNPS. Obviously, NVDA's pulled back from the highs, but I remain bullish in the short term. I still think that we can head higher. Obviously, if we break this key high pivot that we tested, earlier in the session around that 12 o'clock time frame, then it does open us up to testing this upsloping trend line on SPY, which would put us roughly somewhere at about 584.50. If you breach this 584.50 level, then we have this gap fill down here around 579. So there's a couple key areas that we need to just be mindful of as we watch the S&P 500. All right, let's scroll through a couple things. So notice that the IWM is actually leading the charge. It's firmed up. It's interesting to see the Qs were the strongest indice at the open, and they've turned the corner and gone to the worst performing indice. Nevertheless, we'll just see if buyers want to step in here now. The fact that that large NASDAQ and S&P 500 move has been negated. Bitcoin is showing some bearish price action at the moment. It's triggered a little bit of a head and shoulders on the hourly chart, breaking key support levels. Let's look at the 4-hour chart. You can see the 4-hour chart is dipping. There's another 56 minutes left in this 4-hour candle. I ultimately see Bitcoin retesting the 103,400 level. If you lose the 103,400 level, which is this rather large parallel channel that keeps us in check for a long time, then we're looking at a move down to about 99K. So Bitcoin leaning slightly bearish. I did think that there was going to be one more surge up to about 113, 114 where I was going to add to my short. But nevertheless, we're just going to have to wait and see if Bitcoin wants to firm up and negate this. What's interesting is Bitcoin selling off as the dollar is also had that little bit of a failed breakout. Look at that nasty bearish Dixie candle. That's very, very bearish. That likely is going to push the Dixie a little bit lower. If we look at yields, so 2-year yield down 1.23%. Another hard bearish engulfing candle down for the 2-year yield. 10-year yield is down also 1%. This is looking like a failed breakout on the yield. So with a failed breakout, you often get a larger move to the downside. Nevertheless, you're just trading inside of this wedge pattern on the yield market, so we'll just have to wait and see. Gold at the moment is trying to break out and push for another all-time high. It's also looking slightly bullish, holding above 32.83. Is a very, very good sign for the gold bulls. Gold is kind of taking advantage of the falling yields at this point in time. So far, weakness in Apple. Apple's really broken down. That's trading at 199, so sub 200. I still like Apple for the long. I think it's just in this tight range consolidating. Microsoft is slightly green, 0.2%. I think the short on Microsoft comes in when we hit this channel, this upsloping channel, and make a brief new all-time high, but Microsoft is definitely looking like it's going to press for a new all-time high. NVIDIA, same thing. NVIDIA's broken out here. Obviously, it's pulled in from the highs, but nevertheless, it is still trying to push higher in the overall daily picture by breaking out of that bull flag structure. Tesla's been firm. Tesla's been trying to push higher highs and higher highs. Hasn't closed at a new daily higher high, but nevertheless, it did make a peekaboo pierce of this resistance pivot around that 362.50 and change. Still a very strong chart, tough one to short at the moment. Amazon is a little bit mixed. It's just backing and filling, doing a little bit of consolidation at that 205 zone. It is touching this support zone where you had a previous breakdown pivot before the major tariff news in March. Meta right now is just flat on the session. Google as well is down a little bit, 0.37%. AMD slightly negative itself. SMCI down about 1.53%. All right. That's enough going through the markets. Let's just focus on the S&P 500, see if we can get a trade here late in the session. Let's see if there's any other chart setup. So again, it does look like the SPY's probably going to push up to test the neckline around 589.80. Right now it is seeing some sell side pressure, but I do think that it's going to push up. So there's a clear support level that the S&P is just bumping against testing. It's tested it yesterday around the 145 time frame, sorry, 345 time frame. It's around that 586. Then it pierced it today around that noon time frame. Then it pierced it again today around 2 o'clock, 2:15. Now it's tapping that upsloping trend line again. I do think that it has a chance to break out. Oil's down about 1.4% at the moment. I'm still holding XOM from yesterday. We are green on that position, but I'm looking for a little bit more upside. Interesting to see a bit of a divergence between XOM. Oil down sharply, but XOM's green. Very, very interesting. AI, that one's been strong all day. Maybe we'll look at some long positions on that name, just as a long scalp. We've obviously banked on our calls going deep in the money, but AI's probably going to need a little bit of time to breathe and hold some of these gains. Anybody looking at any tickers, feel free to put in chat. NASDAQ has gone back to the negative side. Heavy volume off that SPY candle right there. Heavy, heavy volume.
Very low when the market was like looking very strong in advance of Trump making kind of the Europe tariff announcements. So it
Look at
has been leading a lot of
HFAI for
situations.
call.
So we have to respect that there might be some people betting on the down market or betting on, like, especially as it relates to consumer goods, betting on kind of like the Walmart warning where they're talking
Is
about,
this
like,
for
yeah,
day trade
even in the
scalp
current
call?
state, even without any additional tariffs, there's going to be some short-term pain.
Okay.
So I think both of those stories are valid, but I mean, we're probably leaning more into the first one where we've got that pretty tech-heavy portfolio and are just kind of like hedging some consumer cyclical risk. So yeah, I would agree with you that I'm more leaning towards
Yeah, so
like a
5
good
minute
next
chart.
couple weeks versus bad.
I think you're safe to
But
buy the
yeah,
next
I
low. It
mean
should make one more little
that
low,
that announcement that Trump
maybe
made towards the
into
end of last
the
week did come pretty suddenly.
maybe into the
Net
2017.
option sentiment on
That could
SPY
be
did see
bought. Let me
that
check the
coming, and
volume on this
QQQ was
name.
like down towards the end of the day before as well.
Okay, decent amount of volume. We're
So
trading
yeah,
in like
I
2
do think
million there.
people should be cautious
Yeah,
and
so for
continue
a
to be
swing
cautious
trade,
until
it
the
does
tariff
look like it's into
situation
an area of
is sorted
opportunity for
out.
sure. You can take it at a long
But
here,
not a bad time
and
to bet on tech
I would
either,
say
as
that a
long as you
close
make sure to
below
hedge.
that low pivot around
Yeah, it
that
makes more
what is it,
sense to me that we're kind of in
1920,
that boat of, I mean,
1918
when you see
pivot.
the net option sentiment a
That
lot
would be
lower,
your
it
stop
it
loss,
doesn't
that
it's
big
not a
tail
huge
candle.
surprise, even though at first glance for most
Yep,
people I
that's a
know it
nice
would be,
little
but
channel for sure.
we've kind of talked about how this is a very
That's exactly
not the
where I
most
buy.
loved
You're
rally
right, right
that
along that
we've
channel.
seen, and there's a lot of people sitting on the sidelines that either they believe in it, but it's just gone too far now, and they gotta
But I
wait
want to
for
see that. I would love to
some
see
sort of
that
other
divergence
pullback,
on
right? Which I think obviously already happened. Um, but that forces people
the
to
RSI
chase this
5-minute.
up. I'm curious if we do get to all-time highs,
But that
if we
channel
see
looks to
that
be the right
options
area.
sentiment really
Nice
low
little
in,
find.
because kind of how things
If
work.
it
We'll
hits there, Paul,
finally see it at
just
all-time
let me
highs, and
know.
then they want to buy,
I'll
which
probably take a
never
little
makes sense
scalp
to
with you.
me. But I could see how in the options sentiment, if we really get going, it's like, okay, I
We
gotta
do have some
grab
earnings after the bell. Let's take a
and
peek
just
at
see
our
where this thing
calendar.
goes. I could see something like that happening. I don't know. Have we seen that in the past at all?
Yeah, I mean, on these divergences,
So
we've
we
definitely
have
seen. I think we're in a pretty unique
Zscaler
situation now.
ZS ticker,
Typically on the
38.79 billion market cap.
divergences, in QQQ and SPY net option sentiment, I think they're more a reflection of,
Peter.
kind of not like I would say bulls and bears kind of being in a fight,
PVP,
as
AMR,
opposed to like
HAL, DEX,
what I think
TLX,
now, which
VPX,
is that
DAO,
like I
SLVT net.
think people are
2 million share.
bullish
Yeah, let's
except for
hey, you
fear
know what? It's a
around
list. I'll
news,
take your
right?
list.
Which is a pretty rare situation. But I think,
All right,
like,
let's
in
look
light
at
of everything that
PVT.
we're saying, I do think it's a good time.
Trading
Like,
at
we're in Nvidia right now. Like
94.93.
actually, it had a huge rise
Looking
in our
like a
upside
daily chart
breakout.
bear flag.
It used to be in the 60s, and I think a lot of people are betting on it more long term now. So I mean, I think names like that. I think Google. I think Meta. Like Google hasn't been a name that we loved until recently. It's kind of like an older name that we loved, and then again recently. I think it's a really good time to play like specific names that like. I mean, it's crazy. I didn't. I was looking at this today, and Nvidia's Nvidia. I think
I
their
honestly think Target
2026
is going
PE
lower.
is now down to like 33 forward
Let me see
PE.
if I can
And I'm
get you
just
its
like, that's
price point.
crazy. That's great value for Nvidia. You look at Google, and I think a lot of people are pricing in the death of Google, but Google has other
So I
plans in
don't like the
terms of
daily
like
chart. I
things
don't
that,
like the weekly
some of the
chart of
AI things that are getting
PVT. It's looking
people
like it's
more
going to break this
excited.
bear
Who
flag.
knows if they work, but
And
there
I
could
actually
be,
see it around
I think it's
74
probably
bucks.
sorted. It's probably a long time before it's sorted
73,
out whether they
74
work or
bucks. Maybe
not.
you get a
And I
short-term
think there's
bounce here.
some like on the expectation. I think there's some good upside there. There's been a lot of interesting,
Five still testing
Meta's
that lower
announcement
boundary
and
support.
like augmented reality,
All right, so I don't
what's
like
going on with the
TVT. I'd be more
government.
inclined to
I think
short
there's
that.
kind of like good like micro
I do
signal
have a high
plays
pivot
and like kind
resistance
of
as
like
a
macro
stop if you're
events
more
on
inclined to do
all of
it.
those things. So I think it is a good
Keep in mind
time
Costco
to
earnings. All right,
zero in
AMR.
on certain opportunities. But without necessarily needing to have too much confidence on market direction.
Yeah, I get you. Definitely. See, we got LLY on the top of the list too for the short-term picks. I haven't looked at that chart in a while. Let's take a look.
All right, AMR 115.65.
Charts will load. Net social is really
Yeah,
good.
weekly chart. That's probably going to make another low.
Is solid. The net options is looking
You
great.
can buy if it makes another low. AMR, you could take a stab at it for a swing.
Gosh, LLY is such a gappy
Seeing a
stock.
different list.
But just keep in mind it could flush to those
I've got
$80 level.
my
$80 level.
list at
All right,
313.
Halliburton.
I literally popped
I think
on
that
and
was
it said
earlier.
LLY at first, and then I just refreshed, and now it's Google.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, LLY's
I think that
got
was
a
just
really
a
nice
quick
option.
glitch.
That's getting there.
Yeah. Well, it takes a second to
It's
like
getting there.
refresh. Like if you
Halliburton.
it was probably the last time you opened it, and then like about every minute it'll refresh.
Probably was, yeah. Looked at it a little too fast.
Let's see what type of an area we're into here.
But yeah, like I mean, like that social sentiment change. I mean, it's interesting if you
So
look at
Halliburton is at a
non-context
pretty
price
big
action,
support
it's
level. It's a
very
618
mostly
fib
short risk.
retrace
It's
from
got
its
it's got a
COVID. I
7, so it's
believe
like
that's the
not
COVID
something that
crash. Yep,
people
it's
are
COVID
not people
crash.
something people
So
are
that's a really, really
screaming
big support
like
level.
that option sentiment is 100.
It
But I
should get
also
some
think there's just
buyers.
a
Is there
lot of
any
risk
gap
out
fills
there
down
right
here?
now. It's the same kind of thing we're talking about on the
Yeah, there is
market
a gap
level, except I
fill
think it's more
below that
pronounced
I don't think we filled.
in healthcare because it's not just
Let me just
it's
see what
not
that
just
number
Trump. There's a
comes
lot of things
into,
coming
about
out from
$18.26.
HHS,
Any other
from
gaps?
RFK. Like you're kind of expanding the headline risk a lot as it relates to that. And I think it's tough because there's a lot of like we've seen bull and bear events
For a
come
long-term
out
hold,
in the
Halliburton's
healthcare sector just like the last.
probably
It's pretty
not going
topsy
to go much
turvy
lower than
even
this.
beyond
But
tariffs. So
1826,
yeah, it's
I'd wait for that, just being a
it's like
stickler on price. All right,
it's
deck.
a really I'd say especially for healthcare, we kind of got into LLY this weekend because it did have that
All
favorable
right, so
thing. And
SPY
I
is
mean, we're
still
only
trying to
down
hold that
0.9% on the market
588.50
for it,
level.
but I definitely had higher hopes for it than that. And I think
So
that's
we're
just
looking
like
at deck
that
now
speaks to the
for
inconsistency.
a swing trade.
I mean, you see it in the
Peter.
chart, honestly, when you just look at a daily chart.
Yeah,
It's
deck's
like
had earnings, massive
all
gap
these
down. We
gaps
are
up
getting a
and
little bit
down,
of
left
buy
and right.
pressure today.
Gross.
That's still technically a
Haven't
short.
traded Eli
Deck
Lilly
is
in a
still technically a
long
short.
time,
Huge
guys.
volume
Been a
there.
while.
They're going to
I'm not
sweep
really
that
looking to
volume, I
trade it
think.
anytime soon. But yeah, interesting
But
thoughts here.
deck is
Sent some decent
definitely a
prices, I
short,
will say, relative
short
to
the
where they
pop
were
type
at
of a
in the
name here,
highs.
I believe.
Casey,
I
good
mean,
I
afternoon.
can see deck going
it's great.
to. Let's
It's a
just
great
draw a
stock
fib
as long as
retrace.
like regulations don't change too much and like prescription drug prices don't change too much. But
So yeah, that's why you're
not
battling
the
at that
key to staying
618
confident,
again. Let's draw it from the COVID drop.
Actually,
Hmm.
had pretty negative thoughts at the beginning of the year for healthcare. Was not too fond of it, but that was more of honestly just a guess on the political side of things, more of like a political trade. But gosh, NQ is going
Tough
sideways.
name. I
Casey, are
could
you
see that
trading?
going to $80,
Yeah, I'm still short a
but
little
that'll
bit
be over a few weeks.
on the Qs from the 21, just a little bit higher. So I want to see this
All right,
this
CLX
low break down
stocks.
here and
I think I
see
looked
if
at
we get
this
a
not
little
too long
sell
ago.
into end of day, but I don't think we're going to see much more movement until MOC. So we'll see.
Yeah, like us.
Bit
Good
of buying
afternoon.
pressure
How
coming into
things
SPY.
have happened. The move down to previous day low was the move of the day, pretty much. And there was some longs off that, but crazy day. I'll say, with the volatility just continuously kind of being trained out, don't love that, but at least
Yeah,
got
Clorox
some
is
backing
getting
to hold
into a
down.
decent area here. Very decent.
But again, the more we keep drifting all-time highs, even though I
You
love
can
the
build into a
long-term,
position here,
you're not
CLX.
confident
I
in
would
the
just
direction. It
wait.
seems a lot tougher for
I would
bears.
just have
And
some
anyone, I
buying,
mean, for
some
everybody,
dry
it seems
powder
a
left
lot
in the
tougher.
event that it goes to about 113,
We like that
114.
efficient price
But it's
action.
not a bad area.
VIX is just going lower and lower.
You know, one
The
more
efficiency
little
gets drained out.
flush on
Still a
CLX
great move.
into
Get that healthy
127. I
price
think
action,
that's a
but
nice little area of opportunity. And then
not ideal.
just understand it could go to about 114. So that is a range of roughly
Tesla.
about a 10% range you want to give yourself to build into a
Got some
CLX
hope this
position.
morning.
Not a bad name.
Wonder how that's looking on the
Getting
West
a
Coast.
very oversold on the weekly chart.
Okay.
By getting a really big green stick through the upside here.
Tesla's had this long-term
Let's see
upside
if it tests
breakout
this little
right
neckline.
at 100 for a while, George. You got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're looking at there is just a manifestation of people not really being sure about it in the short term, but being like very sure about it in the long term. And I think it's just like typically you will see net option sentiment of the shorter term option signal a lot higher, and it's actually kind of the reverse. So when I see that going the other way, I definitely think that what we're looking at is some of the flow that's normally going into short-term options going into long-term options, just because I think people are more secure in the long-term, AI story, in the long-term, whether it be robots or self-driving cars.
Gonna look at OW, DOW. This is a tough chart. DOW. Wow. Yeah, let it make one more low. DOW probably gonna retest those COVID lows. I would love to see a liquidity sweep of those COVID lows on DOW. That would be a nice little long trade. I mean, if you're a long-term holder, probably down here is the risk to reward is pretty good for a 3 to 5 year hold, but 21.97 double bottom or appears to that double bottom on DOW. UPS, let's look at UPS. I'm gonna look at the weekly chart. Yeah, very oversold chart on the weekly. That head and shoulders pattern, let me just test to see if we've fulfilled the downside target. SPY's trying to push up here in the near term. So the downside target on UPS takes us to about 76, 75 bucks. So I'd be inclined to wait till 76.50. Obviously, there's a lot of support pivots here around this 88 bucks, but should give us one more liquidity sweep of the lows. But again, another long-term name that you hold it 3 to 5 years, you buy down here, you're going to be up. All right, SLB, Lumberger. SLB looks like it's forming a weekly bear flag. B 2750. 2750 SLB. That's going to go lower. All right, GMed. Globus Medical. Big sell off. Inside bar bearish consolidation. You can start GMed around 52.80. Between 50 and 52.80. That's a really good level. 50 and 52.80 on GMed. All right, look at this big SPY move, guys. Really big SPY move. Beautiful little push here into power hour. It's now testing the neckline of the inverse head and shoulders. It's a pretty big area. LBRT for a swing trade. We'll take a look at that in a second. There's in 3 billion VSLI fight. Let's take a look at Intel, see if it's moving here. INTCs. Yeah, a little bit of a volume push on Intel, guys. A nice little positive headline here for INTC. SPY's testing that neckline. LBRT, Liberty Energy. Yeah, and I like that one a little bit lower as well. LBRT, you can try it at double bottom, but I would let it pierce double bottom and fill the 831 gap. It's a pretty big major gap on LBRT at 831. You can see SPY's getting rejected at that little inverse head and shoulders neckline. Big reversal there on SPY. So Zscaler reports earnings. Costco, that's going to be an important one for Staples, coming in at a 448 billion market cap. NGL, got AEO, American Eagle Outfitters, got some miners. Let's look at Costco quickly. Costco trading at $1,009. I'm actually bearish Costco. Nevertheless, this name has a tendency to just always push to the upside. However, the last earnings report, it had a fairly substantial gap down. Can you hear me? Mic check, guys. Can you hear me? The SPY getting a really hard rejection. Look at Zscaler. Zscaler has had a huge move into its earnings report. trying to push up. So you're forming this very tight wedge pattern, intraday action, the 5-minute chart. You've got lower highs, but you've got higher lows. So this wedge pattern is eventually going to come to an end. The apex of the wedge pattern that I'm observing puts us into tomorrow around 10:30. So we're getting very, very close. It could break out or it could break down. One way or another, it's going to give us a direction very soon. Maybe they just chop us in the sideways range for the rest of the day. But usually into power hour, they give us some sort of a bigger move one way or another.
And even a gold name like KGC, and even if I had to just kind of put a stamp on it, I'd say gold names look pretty damn good right now. They're not acting perfect at the moment, but gold and silver names don't act too poorly. And even silver looks like, hey, if we get going back over $35, that's a breakout, and who knows what comes from there. So again, one day at a time. Let's give it a few weeks, and when we revisit this conversation, there'll probably be a lot to talk about in the next few weeks.
Wolfie, jump in.
Yeah, just following up on a comment he made where he said some version of like it's not the leaders that are performing lately, and it's like a tail end. Yeah, generally in like the tail end of any time period move, like the further out on the risk curve and the smaller stuff starts to move, they move pretty aggressively, and then the value stuff that didn't really work as well or didn't really work starts to find floors. And I think that part's kind of important. Like just take a look at things like GME in the last week, pretty aggressive, blow off into that Bitcoin announcement, gave the entire move back. Again, I mentioned CoreWeave. CoreWeave to me is like the most momentum centric name of the last month, at least one of them. First time in a long time that it's made a new high and kind of given back. And then on the flip side of what he said some of the names that he mentioned, but just take a look at stuff like, Pepsi, some of these oil names bouncing against major support levels, some of these other value names like Hormel and Ketchup, KHC, things like that. They're all starting to find these like bids, as we kind of digest and go sideways. I think that was like a really important comment that he made from just a trading and a sentiment shift potential perspective.
I appreciate the thoughts there, Wolfie. Empathy over there. I also saw your message. You want to give it a test?
Good over here.
Okay.
I just we saved it. We're still here. I don't know if you guys got the message. We haven't heard from some
Pretty
of the other
slow
people up
price
here.
action here.
Gary, let's go
Not
over to
really
you and see
seeing
if you
any
have any
trade
thoughts around
setups.
the conversation so far. Or what's on your mind today,
AI
Gary?
is one that we could
Well, just
enter
correcting
in.
Wolfie, ketchup is the name of the condiment. It's Kraft Heinz is the
I'm
name
going
of
to
the
take
That's,
a
condiment.
yeah,
stab at an
I
AI
call it
long and
ketchup.
just keep
Yeah,
a very,
my
very
bad.
tight stop
I
loss. I'm
like.
going to
I
enter
don't know if
here
you
at
do it, but I have like
28.58.
all these like pet names for some of these
28.58.
stocks, right? So like ketchup
Not really going to
is
add to the position.
that one for there,
It is what it
and
is.
like go ahead.
Just as a
Yeah,
long scalp
pet
here.
pet
My
names are
stop loss
later
on
on the date. But
AI,
I think everybody. I
I'll work that
honestly,
out for you in a
I don't even
second.
know why I'm here. The reality of this market is, it's uncomfortable.
So again, I'm long AI, 28.58. See how much risk I want to give it. It's a very, very tight range. All right, 28.58, I'm long AI, slightly down. My stop loss is going to be 28.36. 28.36. And we may get hit here. So everyone can get a better entry than I am. Already down 10 cents. I'm not going to add to the position. They're going to stop me out, which I'm okay with. I already made a ton of money on AI today. SPY still just stuck in a sideways holding pattern. No real movement yet. I'm gonna close below 28.36. A wick will not stop me out. Just a 1 minute close below 28.36. Keeps the board. Apple dips as IDC cuts smartphone forecast. Buy just burning theta, stuck in a holding pattern. NVIDIA is only up 2.76% at the moment. Netflix down a couple percent. Wow, what a reversal on CoreWeave. I didn't even see that. That thing got absolutely bludgeoned. Wow. Oh, CoreWeave is cooked. That's one mega reversal bearish engulfing candle. A high of 130 down to 107. That thing is cooked. Wow. Hershey still moving, up 3.29%. Block XYZ. That's our next big trade, guys. Block XYZ. That chart is still looking beautiful. I like that chart. AI's battling here. A little weak with the market. Nice little bump up on AI. Still down slightly on the trade. Shun Spy coming. AI is struggling here. Put this down. See if it closes below there. I give it 20 seconds. I'm still trying to push up a little bit here. Alright guys, they wicked me out of AI. I lost in that trade. Apologies about that one. Apologies about that one. I'll probably push it up right now. NVIDIA is trying to see some buyers.
Times a week, and that too sometimes out of boredom than anything else. My high conviction trades are probably one or two a month, and I'm very happy just doing that. I don't need any, I don't need to,
Bitcoin trading
make
below
something on a daily
106,
basis. So
105.70. Saw a little bit of
I was
selling
just
here in the
listening
last
to
few minutes.
him say about NVIDIA.
Looks like it's
So I
probably going
got
to
into
make a new
NVIDIA
low
somewhere
of
around
day.
just below 105, and I
BTC.
posted on Discord yesterday as they were going through the earnings. I sold 5% at what was that, 140, and today I sold another 5% at 143. I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable letting the rest ride because I went through every part of their earnings. I listened. I called up my contacts, talked to them, and I'm very comfortable that we're not going to break down completely. And even if we
It's
do,
just do not
my
want to break
cost
range here.
is at a place where I will add more if it breaks down. So that's, I mean, look, you saw a whole bunch of price target upgrades today, but they were nothing that is shockingly good. Everybody has the same opinion. There is another 10-15% left to run, but it might take a while to get there. There is still a lot of
Seeing Apple
uncertainty,
trying to perk up
nothing
a
to
little
do
bit
with the
here.
company's execution. That's the
It
problem.
also has a 1 minute
If it
inverse
was
head and
all
shoulders.
within the control of Jensen and his team, the price target upgrades would have been much, 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 much larger, right? Instead of a 10% upgrade, there would have been, price target ups of 20-25%, given, where their margin profile is right now, and given that, conservatively they're projecting
In terms
to
of
hit
sector
above
performance day, the
75% for the year.
transports are up 0.5%,
So
industrials
this
up
is sort of outside
0.2,
their control,
retail's down
which is why it makes sense
0.65%.
to take some
Regional
profits here and
banks,
not get aggressively long here,
they're
right?
holding
Let
up
it play out. Let
0.5%.
let things settle. And
So that's one of the reasons why IWM has led a little bit of outperformance here. Again, Apple's trying to break a high pivot here. Apple's trying to clear 199.44 here. Could trigger a little bit of longs and some shorts to cover. Could help the S&P break out of this wedge pattern. Apple's getting very, very close. XLB is green, up 0.28%. Communications are down 0.93. Energy up 0.5%. Financials up 0.39. Industrial slightly green, technology barely green. Apple's breaking out here, triggering an inverse head and shoulders, guys. In the 1 minute chart, Apple's starting to surge. S&P starting to push. So the strength is really coming from Apple. There was a nice high volume 1 minute breakout candle. This back test can be bought. I'm going to buy Apple as a quick scalp long. We don't have a lot of time left. I'm just going in with common shares. I'm going to buy the back test of 199.41 if we get one. But the S&P is looking like it's trying to push higher here. All right, we're testing that upper boundary neckline on the SPY. Wedge pattern breakout to the upside is trying to occur. We've got some heavy volume coming in. People are chasing 0 DTEs here. We're going for 590 strikes. Calls are rolling in. Little peekaboo liquidity gap breakout on SPY. Let's see if they can get some follow through. Apple's the main culprit for the breakout. It's really trying to push higher here. Microsoft as well, triggering a little bit of a bullish breakout on some smaller time frames. See how Tesla's doing. Tesla's lagging a little bit, needs to play catch up. Amazon, nice little high pivot breakout on Amazon. So mega cap strength is coming in. Meta still lagging, hasn't broken its high pivot yet. Likely going to. So this market does have room to run. Google's breaking a little bit of a 1 minute high pivot. See NVDA. NVIDIA is still lagging a little bit as well. Look at Apple go. What a monster. Lifting S&P and Qs by the scruff of the neck. Look at SPY ripping here. 590 has been cleared. Nice technical breakout. All right, so we've triggered now a inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. We've triggered it on the 3 minute chart. We're looking for a confirmed candle breakout. 5 minute chart, we've had the breakout, but the candle still has a minute left. Sellers now coming back into the picture. All right, this is the back test for SPY. Technically, this is where people should buy and defend. Not a lot of time left in the session. 589.68, 589.59. If you want to be aggressive, you can buy here. All right, they're defending the neckline so far. Minor bounce off of the neckline. The big 1 minute bearish engulfing candle though that they need to close above. High volume. Back at Apple again. Yep, Apple's trying to push higher here. NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA's going for a high pivot breakout, trying to get above 139. Boom, big spike on NVIDIA. Oh, what a candle on NVIDIA. Massive high volume breakout on NVIDIA there. Wow, what a rip on SPY. Boom, Apple, huge candle on Apple everywhere. SPY, NVIDIA, Apple. Massive, massive move. What a breakout. All right, so the breakout has occurred on the 5-minute chart. We've triggered an inverse head and shoulders on SPY. We've triggered an inverse head and shoulders on SPY. Upside target on this small minor 5-minute inverse head and shoulders. We haven't confirmed the breakout on the 5-minute candle, but it's looking very likely. Lots of volatility here into power hour. A lot of volatility. Heavy volume. People are chasing. What if they surge by the indices? They are seeing them retest that neckline breakout. So there's no 5-minute confirmed breakout. Only confirmed on the 1 and 3-minute time frames. Back testing again. This is an area to buy, but again, there's barely any time left. 8 minutes left in the session. It would be very, very aggressive to buy this zone. Could easily get a dip back down to 588.60 or another spike. Obviously what we've seen. Tomorrow is gonna be an interesting day tomorrow. Fridays, they typically like to close the markets green. I think that there's going to be likely some continuation buying tomorrow. A lot of names saw some sell side pressure. Market makers tricked a lot of people. Everyone went to bed absolutely bullish last night. Only to wake up a lot of names completely selling off and dipping into negative territory. By giving all these gains right back. Look at that. Market makers are eating that liquidity. Huge, huge bearish engulfing candle on the 5-minute chart, closed in 55 seconds. Do high risk trade here, just common shares on SPY. I'm looking for a tap of 588.60. 588.60. This is going to be a very quick in and out. Common shares 588.60. I don't recommend it. I do not recommend it. We've had a pretty good day today. Some swings, so buy never hit my level. It's getting a bounce before. It's kind of what I was looking for. Taking that trade. It's off the table, guys. Got the bounce that I was looking for. I think heading into tomorrow, Apple's the top watch in mind. I think AI for continuation higher is also very, very likely. AAP, Advanced Auto Parts, that's back tested a massive zone as well. After seeing a heavy downward pressure fall today, it is hitting its first level of support. Look at Netflix. We might have a pairs trade opportunity where we can short Netflix on a pop and long another NASDAQ stock. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we open up tomorrow. Very interesting spot where they're closing SPY or appearing to close SPY. SPY is right on that neckline of that inverse head and shoulders. So very, very interesting. Again, we have Costco earnings and Zscaler. Those are some of the big names after the bell. A couple mining companies, but Costco will set the tape for some staple stocks. I'm leaning bearish Costco, but we'll just have to see. A lot of the time, if Costco dips, dips get bought. Last earnings report, Costco did have a gap down and then some follow and continuation through. If I can hold this neckline by the close, I'd be pretty happy. I'd lean more bullish. How's Walmart doing today? Yeah, Walmart's also down on the session, slightly, 0.23%. That pattern's looking like it wants to go higher on Walmart. What time is Costco earnings tonight? 4 o'clock, Costco should come out. Okay, Zscaler as well, 4 o'clock. Interesting. I'll wait and see Costco's earnings reaction. Stay on for a little bit. It's a decent market cap size. It moves enough of the sector for it to be pretty important to talk about. SPY still trying to push higher here. $4.15 Costco should come out. Ulta Beauty, Marvell. Those are also some important names. Dell. How's Ulta Beauty? Costco implied move is 2.7%. Ulta Beauty. That one's probably going to have a strong report. The Marvell. MRVL is the ticker. Oh, I hope that one dips. I'd buy the dip. If that one dips, Marvell, if that one falls on earnings, I'd buy it. Gotta look for double bottom, maybe even 40 bucks. All right, so that's the market session today, guys. Great job on AI. We took one little SPY 0 DTE that was up about 90% at the highs. I didn't close it at the highs. I let it run, broke even, got stopped out. But nevertheless, it was a good trading session for us here on the live chat. I will stay on for a couple of these earnings just to see what transpires here. We got Marvell, we got Dell, we got Zscaler, we got Costco. Marvell, whoa, saw a big gap up there. That might have been a glitch. Whoa, that but it's probably a glitch. Trading software showed Marvell going to 100. That can't be true. Alright, so let's see. Zscaler. So 405, we should be getting a decent amount of earnings. Nevertheless, the S&P managed to hold above that key little inverse head and shoulders intraday neckline. So short-term positive, but nevertheless, it did get sold into today off of the back of NVIDIA earnings. I'm expecting people to still chase NVIDIA higher often during pre-market earnings moves. Stocks love to retest those pre-market levels. It's notoriously true on dips and on rips, so I'm expecting NVIDIA at some point to definitely retest that pre-market high level in the coming weeks, maybe days. I still remain tactically bullish. We obviously still have quite a bit of positions on the table in terms of longs. It was good to see that Square or Block XYZ held up today. And Hershey. That was a couple good long trades that we've been holding and looking to build on. ICLR held up today. Merck held up today. Our Marvell should be coming out at 405. Ulta Beauty should be coming out at 405. Estimate for Marvell is 0.61 earnings per share. Ulta Beauty 581 earning per share. Marvell has a market cap of 55 billion. Ulta has a market cap of 19 billion. There might be a trade on Marvell if we get a big pop. If we get a really big pop on Marvell, I might scalp short it here in the after hours. There should be enough liquidity behind it, even in the after hours, to execute a trade. If it falls precipitously, then I will likely pick up some shares as well. To short if it pops there. It's quite high. We have an inverse head and shoulders that could pop to over 90, so just keep that in mind. Alright, Marvell's dropping here. It is dropping in the after hours. 10%. Marvell's out, it's dropping. The beat still dropping. Dell's pushing higher here. Let's see if there's any sort of a scalp short level. Not really yet. Would have to get a little bit higher. Look at the weekly chart. Dell, if it holds these earnings, Dell is actually a really sharp looking chart to probably push higher. Very interesting. Dell's into a bit of a Fibonacci resistance zone. It's trying to push through it now. All right, I have a short zone on Dell. It's a high risk trade. It's going to be 128 bucks. And I'll add all the way to 130. Short trade idea. This is just going to be the shares in the after hours. Bell's still under a little bit of pressure. It's trading at 60 bucks. So again, I'm looking at shorting Dell. It's seeing a little bit of a pullback, but 128 is the level that I have it going to. 128 to 130. Still waiting for Zscaler. That one's popping in the after hours. It's up $6 in the after hours. That one's a tougher one to short. That's actually a very bullish chart. Very bullish chart. I would look to buy pullback. If Zscaler holds up today, I would look at trading this on the long side tomorrow on dips, buying it on the dips. All right, Dell's pulling in. Marvell, that's still dipping. Zscaler's flying here. Short Zscaler at 288 should hit there today. And these are very conservative levels I'm going with. His names can overshoot. Look at Alta. So Alta beat, raises full year guidance. Stock's gapping up $30 or so. Ulta, let's see if there's a short on Ulta. Another strong name that probably is a good long setup tomorrow. I'd take a stab at Ulta short around 473. Confirm that. There is a bit of resistance here at 460. So guys, at 465, I'm going to start a short position on Ulta. Just a scalp short, in and out. 465 Pierce. It's climbing. Ulta's climbing. Still have Costco in a few minutes. Marvell's bouncing back sharply. Zscaler's still trying to push. Dell reversing the majority of its gains. Zscaler giving up the majority of its gains. Alta never hit my target. Alta never hit my target. A little bit of a pullback. Let's look at Costco here. Let's see if we have a viable level on Costco. If it drops, I have a shortable level. Costco should come out in about a minute. Costco's getting wicky. Starting to perk up. Still waiting on Costco. EPS for Costco, $4.28. Expected $4.24. Revenue, 60.23 billion. Double beat for Costco, no real reaction here, but it was a double beat. Very muted for Costco. Was a double beat. All right, guys, I'm going to close things up here. That's pretty disappointing reaction for Costco. Looks like the street had it priced in correctly as of now. Not really wiki, maybe some guidance or the press conference will change. But other than that, I'll see you guys on the charts tomorrow. Thank you all for tuning in, and enjoy the rest of your evening.